I open this hearing of the Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade References Committee into wrongful detention of Australian citizens overseas. The committee will be conducting today's hearing via video conference and in person. I am Senator Chandler, the chair of the committee, and I am joined in the room with Senator Ciccone, and we also have Senator Steele-John joining via video conference. These are public proceedings being video streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones. I now welcome Mr Jason Poblete from the Global Liberty Alliance. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
My name is Jason Poblete, appearing on behalf of the Global Liberty Alliance.
Thank you for appearing. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and Senators, for the opportunity this morning to share my thoughts with the committee. My complete statement, dated September 27th, was submitted for the record, provides significant more context and underscores the urgent need in certain areas in this important matter. In these brief opening remarks and points, I can't underscore enough, though, the importance of whatever you do of prioritizing your nationals. That is what we do day in and day out with our clients, such as Jimmy Sharmad from California, Shahab Dalili from Virginia, both men wrongfully detained in Iran, or Mark Sweetan from Texas, wrongfully detained in China, and even Alina Lopez in Miami, Florida, wrongfully detained in Cuba, and many others. This should be your guiding principle. We stress on putting our nationals first with our government, and stress that it should be foremost in whatever plans you decide to implement, if any. While international travel is a statistically safe activity, data points to a handful of nations and groups responsible for wrongful detention and hostage cases that need attention. These events can be restrained through strong leadership and, when necessary, global cooperation. The International Convention Against the Taking of Hostages, for example, has become a paper tiger. Responsible nations must strengthen national laws and procedures. Deterrence, like the resolution of these cases, requires firm commitment from responsible nations capable and willing to use all instruments of state power. Global collaboration amongst trusted partners such as Australia, the United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, New Zealand, NATO, and other networks, of course, is vital. Australia and all responsible nations must define their red lines. Travel warnings should be clear, and the public must take personal responsibility, of course, for mitigating travel risk. The private sector should encourage travelers to prioritize safety just as much as they do travel destinations and food choices. When Australians are unjustly detained, however, or taken hostage, the state must act swiftly to resolve the case. Each case is, of course, very unique, and political will, moral courage, and transparent red lines are crucial to resolving these cases sooner rather than later. Our adversaries, especially state actors, must understand that leveraging legal systems for political gain will not be tolerated. Ideally, these matters should be resolved in weeks or months, not years or even decades. Reciprocity must be earned, not freely given, and patience has limits. And while the perpetrators of these barbaric acts must be held accountable, we also stress over here that it should never be done on the backs of our nationals, and in your case, Australians currently detained by a rogue regime or a non-state actor. Economic sanctions are a tool, not a policy, so we recommend that people be judicious and deliberate in how sanctions are used in these cases. In conclusion, these cases are not just legal or diplomatic. They are deeply impactful on families, communities, and the trust between governments and their people. Swift, decisive action shows that a nation-state stands by its citizens, sending a clear message to allies and adversaries that your people are not bargaining chips, but individuals whose freedom and safety are paramount. Whatever actions Australia takes should, of course, disincentivize hostage taking by both state and non-state actors and not create markets in hostage taking. Thank you very much, and I look forward to any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Poblete. It's Senator Chandler here, and I will start off with the questions. You mentioned in your opening statement the importance of defining the red lines and the need for those red lines to be transparent. Can you explain why it is important for countries to have a clear set of rules around how they will deal with their wrongfully detained citizens overseas, why those rules have to be publicly available or transparent and open, and how having those rules and ensuring that they are transparent disincentivises the practice of hostage taking?
Thank you for the question. And the rules and set the rules of the road, if you will. People engage in the marketplace, like I said in my opening statement, and we talk a lot about this here with our Congress and with policymakers. Travel is a relatively safe activity, but a lot of times sometimes not because we don't want to, we just do not check. And we have travel warnings, but maybe those travel warnings may not be clear enough. So that's a good example of a clear rule where if a country is stressing to a traveler, do not travel, clearly explain what that means, and not necessarily maybe just say don't go there, but provide them context for that. Of course, there's a lot out there that you can do research on your own, but our goal, of course, is to engage like in a way that when we have these cases that are really difficult cases where consular services, for example, maybe needs to escalate to bring the full force of the government to resolve the harder cases, you're disincentivizing. At the same time, you're also not creating that marketplace, if you will, because if you're telling somebody, I'll give an example here. We're telling people right now in our country, do not travel to Venezuela, but people still do it. And recently, Venezuela picked up more Americans. Though in the case of that particular situation, the travel warnings must be clearer. And actually, in some cases, we have advocated prohibiting travel to certain countries. The one case we have that we can point to that is Cuba, not because of unlawful detentions, but because of many other reasons. As you know, it's a long relationship with Cuba. We have that problem. But having the rules in place, travel warnings, what happens, for example, when you do fall in a legal problem in a foreign country? A lot of people don't understand that you're going to be subjected to that legal system, good or bad. So educate yourself, and maybe within your websites not only have a travel warning, but also clearly state, if you get in trouble, this is what you need to plan for. So simple things. I don't know if they do this in Australia, but we encourage people here to do that. Register with the embassy before you travel. Register with the STEP system that we have in this country. So a guideline. And then finally, when you disincentivize, you're building it into your policy making. You're structuring it in to how you want to avoid these cases. But when you do have these cases, and they're not many, right? So if statistically we don't have thousands of these in any one particular case that I know of, you have already set in one place your travel warnings, the steps that are recommended that you should take. And I also think with the private sector, something that we encourage, especially with the travel industry, be more proactive. A lot of people don't know that there's certain countries you probably, if you're going to go to, you should be taking out travel insurance. You should be taking out kidnap and ransom insurance. Again, it's a lot that I think it's public and private, but when the state sets these guidelines, these guideposts, if you will, and also explains what happens when you're wrongfully detained, you tell people, you can be locked up for 1 month, you can be locked up for 1 year, you may be locked up for 10 years. We cannot guarantee everyone's safety all the time. You must take precautions. I think speaking clearly like that and having it in a place where everyone can read and follow will go a long way to mitigate and also prepare people when they do land in these cases for what happens. See, there's an Australian, a very good book, by the way. It's called Uncaged Sky. It was written by Dr. Kylie Moore-Gilbert.
That is a very good book.
It's an excellent book. It's probably one of the best books I've read in a while that details a lot about the experience, not just at a personal level, but at the practical level. And I recommend this book frequently to people who are considering going to places where maybe they shouldn't be going, because it gives you a flavor of everything from beginning to end. And it tells the challenges that happened. You know, when you put that consular official in one of those meetings, and you've read the book, so you know what I'm referring to. It's not easy. There's a lot of equities the state has to balance when they're dealing with these cases. So I think you mitigate the uncertainty of a lot of this, because her experience was, frankly, it's harrowing, not only because of what happened to her in Iran, but I think the folks, how the state maybe responded. I'm not saying it was right or wrong. I'm just saying that there's a lot that a consular official, that a diplomat ambassador has to do when these cases happen. And real fast, Senator, if I may, I think it's also very important that your diplomats are trained and prepared for these type of cases. I know that here, something that we're stressing, but when we have a good ambassador who has, and I've even said this before, every ambassador should have a list of all their foreign nationals that are detained in the country they are serving in. And every morning he or she should look at that list. I know that the cases that I have worked on, that we've had much success, is where we had an ambassador who was engaged in these cases and was part of that process. So it's educating your diplomatic corps, perhaps. Again, I don't know if that's needed in Australia. I'm just giving you from my experience here in the US, and providing them those tools. But for the public, I think clear red lines about where you should go and not go, what we can and cannot do as a government, and maybe precautions that people should take when they travel to certain places. I think that would be a big help in creating a culture of awareness and compliance with this difficult issue.
Thank you very much for that. I want to turn to the Levinson Act, and I'm interested in, knowing your expertise in this area, Mr. Poblet, to explain, does that Act set out a process to assess and classify whether a person has been wrongfully detained?
Yes, it did, Senator.
And so what does that process look like within the Act?
Well, as an outsider, remember, I'm not in the government, so
Sure.
It is statutory, and I know the U.S. government has submitted evidence, and they provided the statutory framework of how that works. But there is an internal process within the State Department, and it's a whole of government approach, of course. It's not just them. There's input from different components of our government, and there's several categories that they review case by case, and then they make that determination internally. As an outsider, though, we have no say in that process, or very little say in that process. So we want to, in fact, that's something we're juggling and struggling with now, with working with the Congress to see if the law should be amended to make that process a little more transparent, because it's very compartmentalized within the State Department. It's better than what we had before. We have questioned, I'd be remiss if I didn't contextualize my skepticism at the beginning phase of the consideration of this bill, whether or not it was needed. I think I'm one of those folks who believe if we have the mechanism and the tools in place, adding more layers and more laws may not always be the best approach. But in this case, I think there were problems, and Americans died, and our government failed to respond in certain ways, and there was a gap that has been filled, and the internal dynamics through those different categories are decided whether or not someone will be detained. Now, it's interesting, Senator, that sometimes designating someone may not be the most effective way of helping move the case forward. Mm-hmm. And there are cases that I've worked on where, and it's a very hard conversation to have with a family. Well, we want that designation because if we don't get it, we're not going to get our loved ones home. But sometimes having that designation can maybe set back the process with the target, if it's a state actor, for example. And you really have to be very deliberate and think through how that designation will help or hurt you. It's very important, I think, this is my last point. that if you're going to pursue that type of a structure, if it's needed within your foreign affairs regulations or your consular, however you organize the process, that you definitely have someone, and not necessarily someone with a title, but somebody who's in charge of bringing all these components together and making sure that when you do such a designation, that it is absolutely necessary and that it's done quickly. And that's the problem you're having now. You're having a lot of cases that have been languishing for years and there's been no designation. So whether or not that's good in the particular case, in some cases we don't know, Senator, because a lot of that's classified and sometimes we're privy to it, sometimes we're not. But I think when you have one person who can walk into the Prime Minister's office, for example, and be able to press or advocate for a particular case and state the reasons why. And I think that helps. But it's a process that we're still going through now, and I think it's going to be improved as we go. And I think it has generally helped, but I do think it also needs to be improved somewhat.
You say it's important to have that special person who can walk into the Prime Minister's office or the President's office in your case and push these cases and advocate. Is that role in the United States the Special Presidential Envoy for Hostage Affairs?
That is the role. Yes, they call it the SPIHA.
And so, do you think that having that role in place has improved the management of hostage taking as it relates to US citizens overseas?
I think it has helped in the sense that at least it's a national priority. There is a whole of government approach. Whether or not you need someone with that title, I think the title should be changed. I'm not sure you want to call somebody a hostage person and then send them off to go negotiate with the bad actors. They may not want to meet with you in some cases. But yes, I do think that has helped in some cases. And then my skepticism, as I guess you're noticing in my voice, is we have this tendency to add bureaucracy and add layers. And that's a personal aversion I have because I know there's a lot of good people inside the government. Even within the SPIHA office, they're excellent, very committed people. Roger Carson is very committed to what he's doing. Yet there's competing equities. You're going to have consular officials on one side. You're going to have your regional bureaus wanting to do something else. Your functional bureaus want to do something else. Your ambassador may want to do something else. So yes, having that person, as long as they are able to walk into the Prime Minister's office, as long as they're able to travel freely and engage in those hard negotiations, those conversations that lead to making these most difficult of cases happen, yes, I think it has helped. If I had one recommendation for my government, and they know this, and maybe this will help you all, I believe the person who has that job should have a lot of access, but not be seen, but felt. And somebody who is committed to this as a full-time job, but not necessarily a public role. I don't know if I'm explaining myself, but I think it should be someone with the access, but much more lower profile, which I think that helps partly because I think one of the riskier parts of these type of policy roadmaps that we are implementing over here, and I alluded to this in my statement, is that we don't want to create a market for this sort of activity. And when we talk about this, I think about Iran, for example, that has pretty much made a cartel business out of this, that sprays itself throughout the Middle East and even right here in our hemisphere in Latin America. So we have to be very careful that we don't elevate this too much in a public way, but have somebody who can manage that so that you don't give the bad actors the ability to politically exploit these cases. And that's, and the one good thing about this, by the way, is that most SPIHA cases are not public. You never really find out about them. And they have testified in Congress that we know of, the numbers, they don't talk about them publicly, but most of these cases are resolved quietly. You never hear about them. It's only the more difficult cases that do go public.
I just have one more question about the deterrence factor as it relates to foreign regimes that engage in the practice of hostage diplomacy. And we've talked about a few of the tools that the US has in place, the Leveson Act, the special presidential envoy. How does having those tools, and like you say, it's not an entirely public and open and transparent way of managing hostage taking, but it is, it's frankly more open and transparent than what we have in Australia. How does that disincentivise the practice by those foreign regimes? Can you just make that connection for the committee?
I think it depends. Literally, you'd have to go country by country, I think. We have a tendency here. The reason why I mentioned sanctions, by the way, because that's a favorite policy tool over here. We use them a lot.
Indeed.
And I think economic sanctions get overused. That's one tool. The sanction can be economic, but it can also be excluding visas. But I think you go country by country and you make an assessment of like if you look at it, I don't want to pick any one country, but you can pick the worst of the worst, I guess, and go through there. And each country may have a different packet, different bundle of tools that can be put in place to deter behavior. One of the things that I strongly believe in, for example, is not paying ransom. And I know that that's very controversial. I know different countries try different tools. Some people say we have done that. But I think that we have to be careful. And if we are working toward making this rare and not happen, like enforce the International Convention, for example, use that as our North Star, we have to have these type of red lines to create behaviors that will not lead to hostage taking. And one of those tools happens to be not paying ransom, being judicious how you use sanctions. Just because you sanction somebody, look, the Iranians love it when you sanction them. I worked in cases that they even tell the people I've represented, hey, when are you going to do the movie? When are you going to sanction me? So you have to come at this with a whole bundle approach of how that country, what your foreign policy is toward that country, and you know best what behaviors you need to deter and use what tools you can use, and also work through this international network. This effort being led by Canada now and the U.S. and some other countries that you all are involved with this. There are ways that I think working with the allies, there are ways that over time, if we all agree on a common position, that this group will not engage in certain type of behavior, I think that can also help in deterrence. I think we have to lead the way in that space because right now we really don't have that whole coalition-like approach to this problem, which I think would help.
Thank you very much, Mr. Poblete. I'm going to give the call now to the Deputy Chair, Senator Ciccone.
Thanks a lot, Chair, and good evening to you, Mr. Poblete, and thanks for making time this morning here in Australia. We really appreciate your submission.
Thank you, sir.
I do note your submission to the committee does go into some detail about the United States framework for managing instances of wrongful detention abroad, and which I must say is quite more prescriptive than is the case here in Australia. On the question of a permanent envoy, which I do note you have one with your system of government for wrongful detention, what access or influence can a permanent special envoy provide that is not possible through, in the Australian context, through a ministerial or a senior government official?
That's a good question, Senator. And it's partly one of the reasons why before the Levinson Act was law, I was somewhat skeptical of creating or adding additional layers like that, because ultimately in an ideal world, I look at our ambassadors as our frontline officials to deal with these type of issues where the problem is happening. I think there was a realization that because of the size, well, there were some mistakes made, as you know, when the Levinson Law was conceived, which was initially really a regulatory bundle that had been put together during the Obama administration of different components of our government that maybe were not talking to each other. I think it's a little more complex than that, but generally speaking, it was technically not needed, but there was a political decision made that this perhaps was the better way for our country to address this, considering the different components of our government that are involved in these kinds of cases. So to the extent that the SPIHA, the Special Presidential Envoy, has that access and is able to walk into the president's office, at least in our system, it can escalate a case politically, especially, as you know, Senator, when a country has to grapple with so many foreign policy equities in a given country, these issues may not, they're dealt on a two-track approach, right? So we say we always deal with them. But in reality, especially with tough countries like China, for example, being able to escalate quickly, I think can make a difference, at least in our system. We will see if it works over the long run, but for now, it has been working when that person has had the access necessary to make those tough calls.
So, forgive me for my ignorance on how it works for your system of government, but this special envoy that is directly accountable to the president, I'm assuming, would then only intervene in cases where the ambassador in the said country is having difficulty in trying to return a citizen back home, or every time there's a hostage situation or a situation where the special envoy is required to attend, do they get involved in every single matter around the globe? I'm just wanted to understand how they, I guess, the level of engagement that the special envoy.
Yeah, and that's a very good question. In fact, based on what they have testified before our Congress, I think it's a combination of things. I don't believe, like the Levinson process, the direct reporting to the Secretary of State, for example, and having that level of access. Does it happen in all these cases? We don't know. That's something that's our Congress, Foreign Affairs Committee in the House and Senate, they're grappling with that also, and they're studying how it's working or not working. Should it happen in all cases? If you're just going to focus on the law and the wrongfully designated peoples, I would say yes, it should. Does it happen, Senator? I do not know.
Okay. And when you say that this individual then can go straight to the president, is that a last resort, or do they usually go to the Secretary of State? Are there other officials within government? And also, which government departments are we talking about within the US system?
It's, as I understand it, the past few SPIHAs, mostly it's a day-to-day relationship with the Secretary of State and perhaps maybe an undersecretary or two. But there are cases, I know of SPIHAs that have gone and walk right into the Oval Office in certain cases, and they go through our National Security Council, through the internal process of the Security Council, and escalate it that way. As far as what was the second part of your question, Senator?
Just trying to understand within the US government, the individual can go, which departments, but also.
So we're talking.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Go.
No, you're so basically the reporting can happen in a variety of ways. He or she can, in theory, can meet with just about anyone he or she needs to meet with to do his or her job.
Okay.
The Director of Central Intelligence, the ODNI, the National Security Advisor, the President, the Secretary of State. I think in each case it may be different. He or she, that person who holds that post, has to make a decision where in the government bureaucracy he's going or she's going to have to push to make something happen. And I think it's case by case. As far as the agencies involved and the primary entities involved, I mean, the Federal Bureau of Investigation is involved, the State Department is involved. You have the Security Council, and there are other agencies as well that are brought in, like the Treasury Department in some cases, the Central Intelligence Agency. So it really depends. And these questions you're asking, believe it or not, they're very similar questions to those being asked by your parliamentarian counterparts in the House Foreign Affairs Committee and the Senate, because there have been concerns that the SPIHA mechanism, especially the one area that's not as transparent as it should be, is how they are designating cases and why they are designating cases wrongful in some cases and why they don't designate them wrongful in other cases. And then, of course, sir, why do some cases go to the president and the president starts talking about them? And in some cases, the family doesn't even receive a phone call about the status of a case. So I think the law, it should work a certain way, and I still think there's some room for improvement, but in theory, the spearhead can go supposed to go just about anywhere to make sure the job is being done that needs to get done.
Excellent. All right. My next question, as I understand it, the law in the US also sets a very firm criteria for how a case of wrongful detention is defined and declared. And you did mention that this is not always, I guess, helpful, but could you detail the risks of a government's public pronouncement of a citizen's wrongful detention and whether that could actually reduce space for diplomatic negotiated outcomes? And I think you did have this discussion with the chair earlier, but I was just interested on that specific point. If we were to start pronouncing a citizen's wrongful detention, the risks and the impact that would have in trying to actually get people back home.
That's a very good question, and it can indeed be very risky in some cases to be discussing it, and also whether or not even discussing the criteria, which I don't think is a very good idea to be talking publicly about those 11 criteria. I think it's 11 or 10 or 11 criteria, the 11th tonight. Senator, that's that requires, in most cases, if these cases could be handled in weeks and months, not years, quietly, outside the spotlight of the media, in most cases, I think you can resolve these so long as there's a whole of government approach and they've prioritized the case beyond consular wellness visits. I think most of these cases should remain outside of the public eye for two reasons. One, I think it will disincentivize this activity, because every time you're out there talking about these cases and providing media coverage to these type of cases, these governments like it, they exploit it.
Yeah.
And I think of a few governments that do. But the second reason, more important reason, is the family and the hostage or the person who's wrongfully detained. This is a very stressful, all-consuming process. Most families cannot afford the defense and the advocacy that these type of cases require, at least not in our country. It's very expensive, very difficult. And I think putting the public eye on them can hurt and hinder the process that our diplomats, they need that quiet space, if you will, that area to be able to get in there and negotiate. There are some cases, though, and I'll be very frank with you, there are situations where if a family comes to me and they have no information and there's nothing beyond consular visits, and we're not getting a decision on Levinson, we recommend they go public, because then there's this leverage. I mean, I'm representing someone who's been locked up in China for 12 years. I've only been involved with the case 2 years. That's Mr. Mark Sweetan from Texas. But 8 years, nothing happened. And now we're recently learning, and you're going to hear from another witness, I don't know if it's today or later in the week, that there may be as many as 200 or more Americans locked up in China that nobody knew about, not even the Congress. So in the ideal world, Senator, no, I would not announce these, and I would not be talking about these designations in public. But unfortunately, sometimes it becomes necessary.
Yeah, no, and fair enough too, especially after that long period of time and there's been no outcome. Just before I go to my last question, just picking up a point you just made, another question came to my mind. Do families take it upon themselves then to privately have negotiators act on their behalf to get their children back home and bypass government? I'm assuming that is the case, and if that's the case, what do they do? Do they go with bribes? Do they go with other incentives to the foreign country to return these people home?
That's an excellent question. In fact, that's what I kind of do. That's what I help families do, and some families prefer not to do any of that. Some families cannot afford it, or it's too dangerous to do that. I would never advise a client of mine to travel to Iran or to China. Yeah. Or some of these places, unless there have been some ground rules set up and my government's involved in helping ensure the safety. But yes, there is private advocacy, and we routinely reach out to governments and officials that detain Americans and try and do many things, work with local counsel, but also, yes, try and find pathways, humanitarian pathways, for example. I'd rather not talk about them here, but it's ways that can maybe hopefully supplement and help our government do what they want to do or can do. But of course, some families don't want to wait. And when these cases drag on, Senator, for years, that is at times one of the only options they have. And yes, it does happen.
Okay. Look, and I don't know whether you've looked at the Australian government's approach with fine detail, but I thought I'd ask the question. I mean, how do you assess the effectiveness of our approach if you've had time to look at it, including the recent changes to strengthen the handling of cases that might involve wrongful detention?
Sorry, Senator, I haven't studied your system as close as
that's okay.
I mean, I'd like to comment on it, but until I study it a little closely, I'll be happy to do it, though, and send you my impressions if that's okay in writing.
Yeah, that would be fantastic if you have time. But I guess I was also wanting to flesh out if there were other less prescriptive approaches that can serve as an asset and vice versa, the US. Because I'm assuming Australia is not alone in our approach, but I also say that the US is also not alone in its approach and how it deals with these situations, very troubling, tricky situations.
Yeah, I mean, the U.S. is still, we're muddling our way through. I mean, there's centuries of good experiences here, right? The Republic here we started with a hostage crisis as one of our early foreign affairs challenges. So there's a good history there. There's good law there. I think that a lot of what I see on our side, with a little more political will and moral courage, and I think this whole of government approach can make a difference, but a lot of it still requires a little more concerted effort. And unfortunately, this is very political as well. When these cases devolve into the realm that the offending country is using their legal system, it is challenging. And even the best plan you can have, this roadmap that we have now, which provides these guidelines, ultimately, it's the person who's holding our nationals that is the problem, not us. But we make mistakes, of course, and I think we're trying to remedy them. And hopefully, if the U.S., Australia, NATO, all the partners can work together on something, it'd be pretty phenomenal to have this coalition lead that process.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, sir, for your time, and good evening.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Ciccone. Senator Steele-John, you have the call.
Thanks so much, Chair, and good evening. Thank you for taking the time to be with us. Can I ask you, in relation to the US Special Envoy, does the position play a role in supporting people after they return home from being wrongfully detained? For example, setting policy around government support for reintegration?
There is a process in place. There is a family engagement coordinator that is statutory, and they are involved in helping liaise, if you will, between the families and the government. There are also many civil society groups that are involved in bringing that person into, back into regular life, if you will. The Congress right now, our Congress, is exploring whether or not that needs to be explored deeper in the law. Generally speaking, though, the obligations tend to end after the national is safely back in the country, although there is that interregnum period where the person maybe goes to a U.S. military base and spends some time getting medical treatment and going through debriefings. But ultimately, the government tends to separate after that process has completed.
Okay, and in terms of the office itself of Envoy, because it has special insight into a lot of these cases and a direct line of sight of them, does it make reports to the Congress or the executive around patterns of experience or types of support which family members or detainees themselves may express to the office are required or haven't been met, those kind of things?
Yeah, there are annual reports. So the Secretary of State's required to submit an annual report to the congressional oversight committees of, detailing where there's been credible information of an unlawful or wrongful detention. Parts of that report are submitted in classified form. Again, that's a subject of a lot of debate right now because there's really not that much public. There are congressional hearings. They're starting congressional hearings also a few months ago, and this should be online. The head of consular affairs, the head of the FBI fusion cell that deals with these cases, and the president's special presidential envoy testified in Congress at the House Foreign Affairs Committee. So there is an annual reporting requirement. So again, some of it's classified, some of it's not, and the Congress is exploring potentially working on that some more. And by the way, and one more point, they do brief frequently. So the SPIHA operation, if Congress asks for it, or family members asking for a briefing, they will brief members of Congress and the staff of the committees on a particular case. And that is ongoing. That happens, I believe, frequently.
Okay. And can I ask you, if you look at the time that you've worked in this area and divide it into, pre and post the appointment of the SPIHA role, would you say that overall the appointment of the position has improved the ways in which these cases are handled and or the outcomes in relation to those cases?
I began in a pre-SPIHA world, and I knew SPIHAs before there was even a SPIHA. So I can tell you in this very short span of time that we've had this entity, the one thing this process has accomplished, I believe, is that it has put up the political food chain, if you will, the importance of these type of cases, and that there an acknowledgement, Senator, that there is sometimes there are cases that are not just consular cases, but are statutorily what we call wrongful or unjust detention. Now, do I think this was necessary? Probably not, but that's easy for me to say looking back. I've spent 30 years in Washington, D.C., in and out of government, and I'm always very skeptical of adding components to any agency. State Department has some pretty phenomenal people working there. And we already had a lot of people at different agencies dedicated to this whole of government approach. But mistakes were made, and this response the Congress felt was necessary. And in essence, they took the Obama regulations, which were put together after some pretty difficult challenges with these cases. And then they were passed into law, signed by President Trump. So time will tell, sir, if this was a good idea, but I do think it has helped escalate and move these cases faster. However, and I've said this before many times, I do think there's still a lot of politics in this. And if I were to figure out one way, these things have to be depoliticized some more, because there is this perception, and in public hearings it's been denied it happens, but there's this perception that the politically well-connected get preferential treatment, and that people who are not politically well-connected or have the money to engage in the aggressive lobbying campaigns that some celebrities in my country have done, well, they don't get. So I think that there's some work to be done there to remove that perception, which we hope is not happening, of course.
You've talked in your submission about insights that Australia could gain from the US legal framework for wrongful detentions, including the Leveson Act. Are there any changes that you would suggest if Australia implemented a similar version of the Leveson Act, i.e. any flaws in the Act or the way in which it would need to change to fit the Australian context?
I'd have to study the Australia context a little more, but the one thing, like if I were starting from scratch, I would definitely take a close look at, is there a person or group of people within your government who you can dedicate to this at a full-time basis within the existing components, maybe within your intelligence community, maybe a combination of your state, of your foreign office, and bring them together and see if having one person who can quietly, but with high access, be able to sort through these consular cases and prioritize those that they believe are wrongful detention. And then second, if you're going to put reviews in place, and again, the criteria that we use for wrongful detention, again, as a lawyer, is so chock full of exceptions that I could, as we say here, I could drive a Mack truck through most of these. But make sure that your approach to these cases mirrors your human rights reporting for a particular country. And that's something that we need to do here. I'll give you just one quick example about this. And you're going to hear from another witness, I think, who'll talk to you about this. In our country, we publish these annual human rights reports. And if country X has a horrible human rights record, and we say has a horrible legal system, then that to me, as a matter of by operation of law, any of my nationals that are detained in that country are wrongfully detained. Now, politically, that may not be maybe an uncomfortable decision to make, but we've had cases here where we use reciprocity to such an extent that, and I don't want to pick on any one country, so I'm not going to, but we seem to accord more importance to the legal system of how they treat one of our nationals. But then in that same human rights report, we say, well, the legal system's horrible and they abuse political prisoners and there's human rights abuses. That's a problem. And I think that needs to be addressed by a small group of people within your government and a person or person that can escalate this. Because if you're ambassadors, there are some cases, Senator, that an ambassador may not want to do this. Even though I think the ambassador is still the best person to do this type of case, having someone inside your government that can do this work and go into that country, maybe to provide some distance to our ambassador, can be useful. And I have seen it work in some of our cases, none of the ones you've read about in the media, of course. So I think if you're going to do any of this, look at your internal regulations. We call it the Foreign Affairs Manual here, and see if there is something that could be put within your existing structure to escalate these cases, rather than create an office. And if you're going to create the office, try and give them a title that doesn't use the word hostage in it. That's.
Yes, indeed. Can I ask you, I've just got two more questions, if that's okay. What do you see, beyond those you've outlined with the committee so far, what do you see as the other weaknesses of the US legal framework for wrongful detention? Are there other gaps that you would like to recommend that we consider as we consider this broader topic?
In our legal system, when you look at these type of cases, looking at it from an advocate for families and hostages, not necessarily as a policymaker, but looking at it as a person who advocates on behalf of people who have to deal with these type of cases, our courts basically tell, and it's very clear, if it's a national security issue, our courts do not want to get involved and will defer to the executive because they're political questions. These are issues, foreign affairs, in most cases that you deal with, as most should, within the Foreign Office in your case and the intelligence community. So for families, all this, the law, if you can't challenge a law, and you're talking about due process in the Levinson law, it really doesn't make it as powerful a tool as I think it could be. Because if somebody could file suit if they believe that the law is not being enforced as it should be, I think it would make it slightly more powerful. Now, whether or not that's a good idea, I don't know. I'm just saying that there are certain things about it. If we're going to pass a law, if we're going to pass a regulation, it can't just be for political reasons, for talking points. It has to be a little more than that. And second, you're starting at an interesting place because you haven't telegraphed to the world how you do this. At least I don't think you have. And I think if I were to look back and do it a little differently, we put way too much out there sometimes on these cases. I think it's good on the one hand because it tells us where we all are. We have those red lines. But it also gives adversaries ideas. And unless we have some policymakers with the political will to push through some of this and not draw these lines, these reciprocity lines that we give some of these rogue regimes, it becomes very difficult to enforce a law like this. And then you're just creating bureaucracy and office and more people, more staff. and it may or may not be needed. So I know this is more of an American perspective. It may not make a lot of sense. I apologize for that, but I just think that less is more. And in a case like this, these very tough cases, discretion should be one of your guides, especially in how you craft the statutory basis of whatever you're going to do, if you do anything down that road.
And finally, and thank you for your time once again. What are the additional issues that you have observed in countries such as Australia that don't have a clear definition of wrongful detention?
I mean, that's a better question, I think, to ask the SPIHA folks or a government official. I do think the one good thing about Australia and the U.S. is that there's a very close trust. We work well together. And I don't think it's necessary for you to have one for that relationship to continue. But it would be useful to be able to speak to always one person who does this all of the time, because I think that helps create confidence in the process. And maybe not at a certain level within the governments, within the Foreign Office and the State Department, there's certain teams of people that talk to each other frequently at the functional bureau level. And I think that can work. I think that can help if we did have similar definitions. If, for example, Canada, New Zealand, Australia, the UK, we were working off of the same definition about a wrongfully detained person or an unlawfully detained person happens to be, I think that could be useful, I think, as you plan internally. Everybody avoids, by the way, Senator, the word hostage. And there's still debate about whether or not you should or should not use that word. When you go through the statute, you see that it's by design, why it was written that way. But I think if we had criteria where we all agreed that there will be certain things that will qualify as a wrongful detention, I think that could help in the practical putting solutions in place to move faster in some of these cases where we can work together as coalition partners to do certain things.
Awesome. All right. Thank you so much for your time today. Thanks very much. Yeah, that'll do me.
Thank you very much, Senator Steele-John, and thank you, Mr Poblet, for taking time out of your evening to come along to present evidence to our committee this morning. I think there was a question on notice, sort of, from Senator Ciccone that you may have taken, and the committee would appreciate that responses to any questions on notice be provided to us by Monday, the 14th of October 2024. And I would ask that you now disconnect from the video conference, but you can continue to observe the hearing should you wish to do so through the live stream on the Australian Parliament website. Thank you very much, Mr Poblet.
Thank you all.
Thanks. I now welcome our next witness to come up to the table. I now welcome Mr Janindu Chithmina Walimuna from the ANU Law Reform and Social Justice Research Hub for appearing for the committee this morning. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to the Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
My name is Janindu Chithmina Walimuna. You can call me Chith. And I am a student researcher at the ANU Law Reform and Social Justice Research Hub.
Thank you very much. I'll just might Hansard to turn that microphone up a little bit if they could. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions. Thank you.
On behalf of the ANU Law Reform and Social Justice Research Hub, I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Wrongful detention, and hostage diplomacy in particular, is among the most pressing and challenging issues of the emerging international arena. Given this reality, I commend the committee for seeking out the voices and perspectives of young people on an issue that will no doubt come to an head as we grow. My primary contention is that addressing instances of hostage diplomacy must, in addition to diplomatic responses, involve responses in international and human rights law. This is because the very practice is one at its core that violates well-established binding principles in international and human rights law. Therefore, my recommendations largely revolve around how these responses might look like, from prosecuting hostage takers under universal jurisdiction to pursuing matters in international courts and tribunals. I'm by no means an expert on hostage diplomacy. I'm only a first-year law student. I haven't yet done international human rights or arbitration or administrative law. My interest in this issue, however, is strong. As a young person, I care, like most people in my generation, that the liberal international order is protected from malicious practices like hostage diplomacy. As an emerging legal practitioner, I care for the protection of the domestic and international rule of law. Therefore, I thank the Senate for its interest in the issue of hostage diplomacy and hope that positive steps towards resolving this matter result from this inquiry.
Thank you very much for that. I will start off with questions and then pass to other members of the committee. And I note, Mr. Wellimuna, that you were in the room when we were speaking to our previous witness, so you'll probably have a flavour of the questions that I want to ask you, but I note in your submission that you highlight the need for, or in your view, that Australia should have legislation to clearly identify incidents of hostage diplomacy, the importance of government using terms like hostage diplomacy when referring to the practice, ensuring that we shine a light on this practice. We talk about the importance of transparency around the practice of hostage diplomacy, but in your view, how does having that transparent process disincentivise the practice of hostage diplomacy itself? And I'm particularly interested in understanding how does it disincentivise the practice from the perspective of bad foreign actors that might be otherwise engaging in it?
Thank you. So I think the issue without having a clear definition of what a case of hostage diplomacy might be is, firstly, that it takes away from, as the previous submission sort of revolved around, a response to it in time. And what might result from that is there might be a case of someone being detained and there's nothing in the Australian response to that case that suggests that they've been arbitrarily detained or in particular that they are a hostage. So responses might not be appropriate. And if you don't have an appropriate response, and what that results in is, if you don't have an appropriate response, then there's no way of deterring the practice, because then they just get away with more things than they should be able to get away with. But also, the word hostage has a stronger connotation than... It has a particular connotation that suggests elements like quid pro quo, that it's a very internationally frowned upon practice. Onto the point of deterrence, I think if we have a clear definition, and again, we work with other actors, I think I've mentioned that as well, with having a more international response, so might be like a treaty body, something resembling Canada's voluntary declaration, then it becomes harder for bad faith foreign actors to detain people and get away without incurring some detriment.
So in effect, you're saying that if Australia or any nation clearly sets out in a open and public way what the impacts will be diplomatically on a country if it engages in hostage diplomacy in relation to one of our own citizens, then it disincentivises the practice, because in effect you're saying you're setting out the punishment that will fit the crime, so to speak, as opposed to having nothing in place and other bad faith foreign actors are free to engage in that practice, knowing that, well, that there is no publicly available set of consequences that will flow from that action.
Yeah, in effect, that's something like what I was saying. My perspective is, with publicly set consequences, I guess it depends on case, on the particular case. One set of actions might not be appropriate for another set of cases, right? And also depends on countries. What might be appropriate with country X might not be appropriate with country Y. But that being said, there should be, I think, some sort of red line that is public or that is implied in that we will never cross it. I think with some of the cases recently, there was a recent exchange of hostages or detainees between the US, some European countries and Russia.
Yes.
And in that, America and those other countries essentially released people who have been through a fair trial and were convicted of certain crimes. I'm not saying that this might be the best response, but it might be that we set out a policy public that we will never release people who committed certain crimes. I think at one point they released a murderer. I think, I'm not entirely sure, but I think that was something to that effect. And that also, if you did, or some policy or like consequence set out in public that if you detain an Australian, the response, we will make sure that the response won't just be Australian, but a very multilateral response that also brings in other things that other actors might be concerned about. I think at one point here, towards the end of it, it said something about changing the negotiation space and asserting equal power in negotiations. So that's around things like Australia versus a great power hostage taker, we are in a bad position. But if we bring other actors in and we collectivise our response and say, well, if you don't release the Australian, then it won't just be us imposing sanctions or some other consequence, it'll be Australia, the United States, Canada, the European Union, Japan, etc. Then the cost that they know of becomes a lot more significant for them, and also in a sense that we'll have a stronger position in terms of we won't have to give up those core values around the rule of law, etc.
The previous witness went into this issue to an extent with questions from Senator Ciccone, and you've just touched on it now, that on the one hand, there is a disincentive if we clearly articulate the grounds or the framework that we operate within in situations where our citizens are wrongfully detained overseas. On the other hand, you've referenced yourself that there needs to be flexibility within that framework because the same set of tools are not going to work in all cases because all hostage diplomacy cases are not the same, and different countries engage in the practice in different ways. So how do you think we can, on the one hand, develop this framework, but on the other hand, ensure that there is an element of flexibility in it, or ensure that it is not overly prescriptive to the point where it impedes Australia's ability to negotiate these cases if that's what is required?
So, as to the point of flexibility, flexibility is mainly with regards to a policy response right? Like it's what DFAT does in response to a particular instance of hostage diplomacy. I think that flexibility can exist within a broader framework of what Australia's principles are, right? If we set out a set of principles saying, here are our values, we won't infringe upon them under any condition, there are still ways to work within that fit particular contexts. I think a very crude example, albeit, of this is a country might take a hostage, and a condition of their release might be that Australia deports, for example, a citizen from that, or an ex-citizen from that country who's living here, is a citizen here. There might have been someone like a human rights activist.
Yes. Someone the other country wants back.
Yeah. And I don't think it's very controversial that we would not do that.
Yes. If we thought that sending that person
Yeah.
back would result in... Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's morally abhorrent to send them back, and I think we also have things like non-refoulement obligations there. But that's a principle. But there are ways. That's a particular. I think that's a particular instance of a broader principle that we won't do certain trades with you under no circumstances, right? There are ways to fit different countries and different cases into that, I think.
So it's more about having those principles that underlie how we deal with hostage diplomacy situations clearly set out, rather than a step-by-step guide of how we'd manage those cases. I just want to go to the issue that you've highlighted in your submission around appropriately characterising hostage diplomacy. And you've used a couple of specific examples in your submission. The first was in relation to the release of Cheng Lei, when the government referred to the case being a matter of detention, made no reference to her being arbitrarily detained or being a victim of hostage diplomacy, and similarly that Dr Yang Jun was described as a matter of arbitrary detention, but the government stopped short of a reference to the practice being one of hostage diplomacy. Why is it important to use the right words?
Right. Yes, so I think I touched on this a bit earlier, but within internal processes, there is a difference between detention, arbitrary detention, and hostage diplomacy. Arbitrary detention exists in a broader variety of settings. I think it's more common with hostage diplomacy being a particular instance of that. The characteristic being, I think, which I mentioned here, was the element of quid pro quo, right? Like the release is contingent upon you doing something. The executive, and therefore all the departments, policy settings, properly characterising it is important to recognise, so that there's a recognition of that separate, of those specific elements of hostage diplomacy, as opposed to things like arbitrary detention. Then that would guide policy responses to a particular setting, but also it does carry, the word carries weight. I know people, diplomacy it's a game of very careful use of words, and use of particular words. I think if you use the word hostage, then it conveys the severity of the matter. It very clearly sets out what you're doing is something that's illegal under so many international laws, human rights law, that you yourself are bound by. I think that has an impact in terms of deterring, because then it clearly paints you as a bad actor, as opposed to letting them get away with it as if it's nothing.
One more question from me before I go to other members of the committee. And this isn't a topic that we've touched on yet this morning, but it's certainly relevant to our terms of reference, and you mentioned it in your submission, about the support that DFAT should be providing to families of Australian citizens who've been taken hostage overseas. What do you think that support should look like? And are you aware of any other jurisdictions internationally that you think are doing that job really well in supporting those families?
So I'll address the thing about what can Australia probably do. So first off, I think there is a very strong hesitance within DFAT to publicise anything or to run a public campaign. And I understand the reasons behind that, and it is appropriate in many cases. But I think there are some cases where public campaigns can be helpful. For example, in the case of Peter Grest, Australian journalist detained in Egypt. I think the earlier witness mentioned this, that there's a perception, and rightly so, in that case, in Mr. Grest's case, he had the ability to run an effective public campaign because he was well connected. He knew the right people, and he had the right resources. So I think DFAT, in cases where it is appropriate to run a public campaign, and those are, I think, things like if you can link it to a very uncontroversial cause, for example, press freedom. In that case, he was a journalist. I think a lot of that public campaign revolved around press freedom. So in cases like that, where it's appropriate, I think DFAT should give the family support for running a public campaign, and that's things like connecting them with proper individuals who can tailor that message to that government, and also to increase public pressure. And also some guidance around this idea of like a positive sum solution, right? So at the same time, signalling to that government that, okay, look, here's a public cause, people want the person released, while separating it from the noise of social media, which can often be very castigatory towards a bad actor, and rightly so. But if DFAT then is tied to that sentiment, then it could potentially derail negotiations. But having some guidance to those families around separating the noise and the actual messaging that the government gets, as well as connecting them with proper individuals who can run that campaign, is good. And the other thing that I think we don't do enough is support for dual nationals. I think the doctrine generally in international law is non-responsibility, right? So if you're a dual national, we are going to stay away from it. And a lot of the countries that do take hostages, so Iran and China in particular, don't recognise dual nationality. They just think, okay, you were born in Iran, or you have an Iranian citizenship. That's it. We don't recognise your Australian citizenship, and therefore we won't let them give you consular assistance or do anything with that regard. And I detailed in my submission ways that can be countenanced in international law, and why that view of like non-responsibility is wrong. Support for those families in particular, because they make up so many cases of hostage diplomacy, is also important.
Thank you. Senator Ciccone.
Look, thanks very much, Chair, and I'll be very quick. Look, just picking up from the discussion you just had with the Chair, I'm assuming you would acknowledge that a government, any government, would have to make an assessment about obviously the situation before it, that their first principle is trying to get these individuals home safely. Would it not be the case then running a public campaign or making public comments would also undermine that core principle about trying to get individuals home safely? Do you accept that principle?
It could.
Yeah.
But again, it depends on the case, right?
I guess my next question really is there not then a risk that a government's public pronouncement of a citizen's arbitrary or wrongful detention could actually jeopardise one's life if a government wrongfully starts to publicly advocate for an individual without going through much more quiet, discreet, negotiated diplomatic arrangements that has been the practice for many decades as part of government policy? Is that not a much more effective way of dealing with countries like Iran or China?
Yeah, it probably is. I think that's been the practice so far, and it's been what's more effective.
And I guess in light of the evidence we also heard from the Global Liberty Alliance, I guess there's no perfect solution and you have to assess each situation as it comes. But unfortunately, we have countries around the world who do take our citizens as hostages or wrongfully detain them because they're not like-minded countries. If they were, to be frank, we'd have much more open, transparent legal processes that would actually allow people to come back in safe arrangements. But when we do deal with countries that have who don't recognise our systems of government or our processes, it's very difficult. And I think that's one point you're just trying to make. You've got to look at the context, but I think the context is really important as well, that the governments have to be careful around the situation and making sure we bring these individuals home. But look, I just also wanted to ask you, your submission also suggests more use of Magnitsky-style sanctions. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah. Do you think there'd be any concerns about having greater sanctions whilst we're trying to negotiate the return of someone home? Might also have the opposite effect of what we're trying to achieve?
In particular cases, it could.
Yeah.
I think Magnitsky sanctions, I think the reference there, I sort of intended it more as accountability and deterrence.
Yeah.
While a particular case is ongoing, it might not be appropriate to sanction the hostage taker. But in terms of deterrence and accountability, I think that's a good tool. That being said, I think reference is brought for as well that it should not be overused, nor should it be underused. I think Australia's... my understanding is Australia tends to be quite slow in imposing Magnitsky sanctions.
Yeah.
In some instances, a lot of the Magnitsky sanctions we impose, we follow our international partners, and even then we tend to be quite slow in imposing them. But it might be good to actually impose them to deter the practice in future and to hold hostage takers to account. But it might not be so. It definitely might not be appropriate.
And I think we're probably on the same page. I think not while you're trying to negotiate, but I think a very good friend for many people in this place, former Senator Kimberley Kitching, a very strong, passionate individual about Magnitsky reforms, and thankfully we managed to get them through the Parliament here in Australia. But the one thing that I was also interested to ask, when you do look around the world, are there any other systems of government that you think we could look at adopting some similar other practices? I mean, again, the discussion we had earlier, the US has a special envoy, focused on these issues, hostage issues. Is that something that you think is worth Australia considering?
I think so, based on what I heard in the witness interview, and of course, based on what I read in their submission.
Yeah.
An envoy could be good. I think I must once again stress that a response in hostage diplomacy must be sort of whole of government, whole of society type thing. It cannot just be sanctions. It cannot just be diplomatic policies. Again, stress. I put some stress in some multilateral responses. and also in terms of pursuing those in like the international courts.
Yeah.
In some foreign jurisdictions, you might even pursue them through the local courts. I think I referenced a case here in Israel where there's a presumption that all domestic law follows, or that domestic law does not contradict international law. And on the basis of that, there was a case where the court essentially forced the Minister of Defence to release some people based on that policy being inconsistent with some international law. So there are different ways. I'm not sure of a particular instance that I might refer to, but things like that.
Look, and thanks for your submission to the committee.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Senator Ciccone. Senator Steele-John, any questions from you?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for your time today and your evidence to the committee so far this afternoon. I wonder if I could ask you for my first question. In your submission, you go in, I think it's recommendation 11 of your submission, where you highlight the importance of treating dual nationals as if they were solely Australian citizens when it comes to cases of hostage diplomacy. Now, you've spoken a little bit about this, but could you please expand on some of the cases that you know of where dual nationals are not receiving adequate government support when wrongfully detained overseas?
I can't think of a particular example, Senator. I'm happy to give it to you later.
Absolutely. If you could take it on notice, that's absolutely fine. Yeah, thank you. Just so we can have some case studies.
Yeah. Sure thing.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. You've also recommended stronger use of Magnitsky sanctions on individuals or entities perpetrating hostage diplomacy. Have there been any examples of Magnitsky sanctions being used effectively by the Australian government, in your view, as either a tool in securing freedom of an individual or as a deterrent?
I did not come across the use of Magnitsky sanctions either as a tool to get hostages back or for deterrence. In terms of hostage diplomacy, I'm sure there are with other domains, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Have you got any examples that come to mind of the use of those sanctions by overseas governments in effectively managing or resolving cases of hostage diplomacy?
Magnitsky sanctions used by foreign governments?
Yeah, any examples you can give us of the use of those sanctions in deterring or resolving cases of hostage diplomacy?
None come to mind, Senator, but I think, based on what I read, it was primarily the United States that uses Magnitsky sanctions. I'm happy to get back to you with a particular example, but...
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Look, if there are other examples that come to mind, that would be really useful. I note that you and many other submitters to this inquiry have talked about the crucial role of the family in public campaigning for the release of wrongfully detained Australians. My office has been in contact with Desiree Peter, who has been campaigning tirelessly for her husband Robert Peter since he was imprisoned in Iraq 3 years ago. So we're very aware of the amazing advocacy that families can do in these kinds of situations. You've recommended that DFAT provide families of hostages to support the conduct of public campaigns, as you've outlined. It seems to me that part of the reason families are so often instrumental in freeing wrongfully detained Australians, if you like, is that the Australian government and consular work is often characterised by being too little too late. Do you foresee a situation where the government process for freeing Australians who have been wrongfully detained overseas improves to the point where families no longer need to take such a central role in the public campaigning for the release of their families? Though, of course, I imagine many will still choose to.
Yep. Just so I'm clear, Senator, the question was, do I foresee a place in the future where families won't have to be so involved?
Yes, absolutely. You've got it.
I think, though, it's somewhat of an ideal at the moment, as more than a practical thing that's likely to happen immediately. But I think if there are more multilateral responses, if there's a very clear process in Australia in characterising cases, and if there are adequate, rapid responses with a focus on getting those Australians back, then I don't think it'll come to the point where families have been left in limbo, essentially, for years in very difficult situations, especially given their family members, the hostage, is likely to be going through really egregious things, as you know, things like torture, forced confessions, and so on. I think it's possible, though a matter of ideal at the moment.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your evidence to the committee. Thanks very much, Chair. That'll do me.
Thank you very much, Senator Steele-John, and thank you, Mr Wallamona, for appearing for the committee today. If you took any questions on notice, the responses to those are due back by Monday the 14th of October 2024, and the committee will now take a short break for morning tea and resume at 11:15. Thank you. I'll resume, and I now welcome Ms Daniela Gavshon from Human Rights Watch, who is appearing via video conference rather. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Sure. I'm Daniela Gavshon and I'm the Australia Director for Human Rights Watch.
Thank you, Ms Gavshon. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to start asking questions.
Great, thank you. Well, thank you to the committee members for giving me the chance to appear this morning on behalf of Human Rights Watch. And I just want to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land where I'm joining from here today. So I'm on Gadigal land, and I pay my respects to their elders past and present. As I think you probably all know, Human Rights Watch is a non-government organisation. It's a human rights organisation that works in over 100 countries around the world, and we seek opportunities to promote and protect human rights and urge governments to hold abusers to account. Over the years, Human Rights Watch's Australia office has been in contact with Australians who've been arbitrarily detained in Cambodia, China, Egypt, Iran, Morocco, Myanmar, Pakistan, Thailand, and Vietnam. We've also spoken with their family members, legal representatives, and also diplomats and former government officials. So our submission and my comments today draw on this work that we've done. We recognise that every case is unique and there is no one-size-fits-all approach to solving the problem of wrongful detention of foreign citizens abroad. Our submission highlights a number of areas for improvement in the Australian government's approach to wrongful detention cases, but our overarching concern is that there's no clear centralised policy to deal with these cases. Over the years, we've found that one of the major barriers to people wrongfully detained getting the support they need from the Australian government is the lack of a system to immediately identify these cases. In the first instance, they're treated as ordinary consular cases. And then next, even if a case of wrongful detention is identified, there's no clear process that this identification then activates. So it means there's no specified way to escalate cases once they've been identified, no indication of what escalation actually means, and no system that's apparent from the outside of how lessons are learned within and across cases and contexts. So in cases where government has been able to secure a person's release on return, we've also found people who've been formally wrongfully detained and their lawyers tell us that they haven't been provided with adequate rehabilitation or reintegration support. So sometimes this means that people have trouble with basic things like accessing the banking system or other government services. So in our submission, Human Rights Watch recommended the government develop a clear policy, and for that policy to be adequately resourced, and for the government to create a senior role to deal with these cases. In countries which the US, and I know you've received submissions from the US government, and I know you heard from someone earlier today who was able to speak to that system, but having a specific high-level person responsible for these cases of hostage diplomacy has had a positive impact. It would help in securing release, strategising, and in communications and collaborations with families. And this same official would then also be able to assist with rehabilitation and repatriation. A senior person in a specialised role can also assist the Australian government to leverage international mechanisms and relations with other governments to press on this issue. So I see that the Canadian government also provided a submission on this. And, obviously about the group that Canada coordinates, but also things like encouraging families or lawyers to submit cases to the UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention and having this person able to participate at the highest level in multilateral working groups. And finally, I just do want to point out that while the terms of reference of this inquiry are wrongful detention as it pertains to Australian citizens, these same oppressive governments that wrongfully detain Australian citizens also often arbitrarily arrest and detain their own citizens. And when we speak to Australians who are wrongfully detained and subsequently released, they consistently recall former cellmates and often others that they met in prison. And their primary concern is how can they support those people and how can those people be freed? So we do believe that any advocacy that the Australian government does on fair trial rights and ending the practice of arbitrary detention for its own citizens should be done within the context of larger advocacy on ending the practice of wrongful detention regardless of someone's citizenship. So I'll just end by emphasising our primary recommendation, which is to develop a policy on wrongful detention and have a senior person, point person on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Gavshan. I'll kick off with questions. You referenced the need for the government to have a clear policy to manage cases of wrongful detention and hostage diplomacy. What should that policy look like, and do you think there's a requirement for that to be legislated?
Yeah, it's a good question. Look, I don't know if I think legislation always helps in determining it, because I think it then gives it sort of the longevity and the sort of appropriate scrutiny. I think it should certainly be defining what wrongful detention is. It should certainly defining how cases are determined. It should certainly be looking at how to have a whole of government approach. So, looking at where different agencies are relevant and being able to bring those together and mandating that. I think part of it as well should be looking at, a system for developing, I guess, lessons learned across contexts and mandating that that's sort of part of the process. Because I think when you have all these different cases, a lot of what we hear is the same from different people. I can't imagine that DFAT's not hearing it as well. And so where is the point at which you're actually taking this and sort of then progressing and improving the way you deal with the system? I think as well, if you have someone and you sort of have a legislation or a really firm policy around it, putting someone in this role and resourcing this role, because I think, as I said, when you're participating in multilateral fora and different people countries that do have experts on this, it's really important that Australia has the expertise as well and can participate in these discussions, because it's not just about, and I think you've heard this from other people, but it's, on one hand, it's about the individual cases, but it's also about the foreign policy aspect. And so being able to coordinate with other governments and see it as a sort of bigger picture issue as well as the individual issue, I think is really important and would need to be pieced out in any sort of policy or legislation.
Thank you for that. And I think your first point's a very pertinent one around the need to have a clear definition of what arbitrary detention or hostage diplomacy looks like, and then being able to categorise a case within that definition. What should we be considering to ensure that any definition correctly identifies somebody who's been arbitrarily detained?
Yeah, look, we didn't didn't go into definitions in our submission. There's obviously the international working group, UN working group that does define arbitrary detention. So I would certainly be looking to that. I think one of the other things as well there is that, which I was going to say before, is that there have been determinations made by the UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention that Australia has not sort of followed, and I'm talking particularly about the case of the Iraqi man, Robert Pether, who I think my understanding is that he's been determined as being an arbitrary detention case by the UN Working Group, but not necessarily by the Australian government. So I think being able to clearly identify why and in what circumstances Australia does definition is consistent with that, with the UN Working Group one, and if it differs, why. So I think that it's more about that than us necessarily saying what the definition should include.
In your submission, you point out that from the engagements that you've had with various Australians who've been unlawfully detained, that those cases have been treated by the government as consular cases. Is that right?
That's our understanding, yes.
And so, again, from your knowledge of dealing with those cases, what is your understanding of what needs to happen for Australia to identify that a person has been unlawfully detained, that it's not just a run-of-the-mill consular case, and further to that, then ensure that appropriate support is provided to that person?
Yeah. I'd say having a specific office that deals with it, whether it's within DFAT or somewhere else, that actually looks at the individual cases and then people can activate it, because a lot of the time we're dealing with people who have had no contact with government in any sort of, DFAT or government in any meaningful sense. So families don't actually know how to activate anything. So it becomes up to a desk officer who's, there's no sort of, whether it be that there are specific markers that are flagged, whether it be that in any case that's brought to the attention of DFAT, then that they actually will look for, is it a case of arbitrary detention? Families themselves don't know how to define it. They just know what's happening to the individual concerned. So they can describe that situation, but they're not looking at the legal definitions. And so I think having the onus on the department or on the government or on a specialised person to actually look at the cases that come forward that do raise flags, and I think that would be required to be an internal system that actually does that. But at the moment, I think the problem with the lack of definition is that cases fall through the cracks. So it requires someone to notice it for it to actually be flagged and then be taken on.
In a similar vein, I just noted in your submission, I think it was on page 3, when Human Rights Watch staff have spoken with the families of people detained or former detainees on release, they confirmed that the Australian government has given them the same instructions not to speak publicly.
Yeah.
Can we drill into the impact that has on those who have been wrongfully detained and their families? And also, can you shed any light on whether or not you think that's a useful position for the government to take, not just in relation to the detainees themselves, but for the awareness of the broader practice?
Yeah, look, it's a tough one, and I know you've got a lot of submissions from people who are personally have been wrongfully detained or family members, so I think they'll be best placed to speak about the individual impact it has on them. It's tough. We do not suggest that there's a one-size-fits-all approach. We don't, suggest that the government should be going public in every situation. But what we have seen is that there's a strong reluctance. The presumption seems to be in favour of silence or keeping it quiet, not sort of a case-by-case approach. It seems to be sort of the default is no publicity, and then if it gets really, really pushed, or ultimately sort of families really push for it, then it happens. And I think you do hear from a lot of people who've been detained the frustration that they feel, and that only at the moment that their case gets publicised does it actually create the impetus for some sort of political movement or stronger engagement. So, I think we certainly saw that, with Khalil Gilbert's case. I think, the Pakistani man Hassan Asri, who was in Pakistan detained, his family felt like it was very much only at the moment where they went to the media did they actually get the attention that they needed. So there are obvious downsides to media, to having publicity when there is a very sensitive negotiation underway. But I think that needs to be looked at very carefully and regularly assessed. It can't be that there is a general blanket don't speak to the media, because again, families are out of their depth in these situations. This is a new situation for any family that finds themselves with a family member wrongfully detained overseas, so they don't know what's happened in the past. They're entirely reliant on the department and then sometimes NGOs like us for really giving them support or guidance. And so I think when they're hearing from the government, no, don't speak, that's sort of, they're listening. They don't have the tools or the experience to know that actually it needs to be attenuated to the circumstances.
Mm-hmm. I don't want or need you to go into specific examples here, but have you experienced at Human Rights Watch that family members of Australians wrongfully detained overseas will come to you for support and assistance when they don't feel like they're getting that from government? Yes,
regularly, and we are very careful. We do not go public on something of our own accord. So it will be something that we will only go public on when it's already in the public domain, or if we've been specifically asked to. But again, we also have to look into the case ourselves. But yes, we do get a lot of people incredibly frustrated at their wits' end saying, please, can you help us?
Mm-hmm. What's Human Rights Watch's view on the use of sanctions, particularly using Magnitsky sanctions against individuals who partake in hostage diplomacy?
We are definitely encouraging of using sanctions. I mean, you'll see that we recommend that a lot more than the government sort of uses that as a tool. One of the recommendations we have is that the government does use the existing sanction regime to sanction officials and individuals who are serious offenders of arbitrary detention and hostage diplomacy. The other thing we find is that the importance of coordinating those sanctions with other affected countries. There are, I think in these situations, especially when it's political, creating the combined leverage with other countries, especially when you're dealing with countries that are consistently doing it. I think sanctions is a really important tool. I think it's important, one of the things that Human Rights Watch is about raising the cost of committing human rights violations, making it too uncomfortable and too difficult that states actually don't want to do it. And I think that that's something that the Australian government needs to think about in terms of sanctioning officials in the space of hostage diplomacy. We're actually making the cost of doing it too uncomfortable and too difficult for states to do.
I think that is a really important point when it comes to the deterrence factor around hostage diplomacy. And again, we were talking this morning about that fine balancing act of ensuring that there's a framework in place that underlies the principles that Australia might engage with other countries in situations of hostage diplomacy, clearly defining what hostage diplomacy is and how we determine if someone has been wrongfully detained or is being used in a hostage diplomacy situation, with the need to, obviously, there's not going to be a one-size-fits-all approach, and also recognising, as I think you've said in your comments here today, that there are going to be some instances where government will want to not air the entire case publicly for various reasons, but the deterrence factor, and I think I'm paraphrasing you a little bit, but making the cost of hostage diplomacy so high that other countries don't engage in it, that goes to having that clear framework and having that clear policy and clearly articulating not exactly how Australia will sanction or diplomatically engage or whatever the consequence might be in hostage diplomacy situations, but at least clearly setting out the options that it considers available to it in a situation where someone has been taken hostage. Is that the sort of thing you're talking about in terms of increasing the cost?
Absolutely, and it's about also knowing what the levers are, and that's why I think it's important. Going back to that idea of having a central role, having a senior person who actually is able to determine this. It is the deterrence aspect is a very nuanced foreign policy requires a very nuanced foreign policy approach. It won't necessarily work to coordinate sanctions with every other like-minded countries, on every country that's engaging in hostage diplomacy. There may be other levers that are better to pull for a different country, but knowing what the levers are and knowing that they're accessible and knowing that you have someone who has an expertise in this area, I think is a crucial part to be able to pull the right levers at the right time.
Mm-hmm. And on the sanctions point, and the ensuring that Australia has the ability to act with like-mindeds to appropriately sanction regimes that are engaging in wrongful detention and hostage diplomacy, how can we best ensure that we have alignment with like-mindeds to be able to do that? And is having the same definition of who has been wrongfully detained as those like-mindeds are something that we have to consider when ensuring that we have that alignment? Yeah,
look, that's an interesting question. I think, look, I haven't gone into detail in the different definitions, so I would be reluctant to say Australia should be consistent with them without actually knowing what the content of those other ones are. I think having harmony is always useful. So to the extent that they can be harmonised, I think that would be good. But I don't think that's a barrier to having coordinated sanctions. I think the barrier to coordinated sanctions is actually the different foreign policy approaches to different countries, and maybe the different levers that Australia wants to pull at one time compared to another country. But I think there should be certainly a presumption, and sometimes also, other countries will put sanctions on that, Australia doesn't agree with, or that Human Rights Watch doesn't agree with. It's not to suggest that we think that everyone should be sanctioned, all the time. But I think having that conversation and having that as a lever that you use, and you do coordinate with countries and do take a coordinated approach, I do think it has a significant impact when acting together.
Thank you. I might pass over to the Deputy Chair for some questions now. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Chair. And good morning. Now, I just wanted to follow on the conversation with the Chair. I'm not sure if you've had a chance to look at DFAT's submission to this inquiry or not. You have? Yep. They obviously detail quite a bit of information, but one of the areas I just wanted to get your perspective on was around the Complex Case Committee and the establishment of that. Since 2023, the government's Complex Case Committee, do you think that's been a good way of how government has looked at coordinating the approach that you're arguing that's needed by government in terms of how we deal with these cases going forward?
Yeah, look, I think when I read the DFAT submission, and let me say that everyone we work with in DFAT has really good intentions and is working really, really hard and trying to work on really difficult and intractable situations. So I acknowledge the difficulty that they face in the work that they do and how hard they try and work on it. When I did read that submission, it didn't feel for me that the experience that we have based on what we talked, the individuals we talked to, is consistent with the way the policy is on paper. So I think, I need to look in more detail specifically at the complex cases body that is referred to, and I just having a look to find my printout of it here. But my sense generally is that it's not operating in practice to the extent the policy is not operating in practice to the extent that we would want it to be operating, or to the extent that it's really having the impact on the families and people that are affected.
But it is welcomed, the establishment of this committee that deals with very complex cases, correct?
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. You also, I think, spoke of the need for a senior official to be appointed. And in light of I don't know if you saw from early this morning, one of our witnesses from the United States around how the US has a special envoy who has the ability to speak to the President, to the Secretary of State and other officials within government. In your experience, is that something that's worthwhile for Australia to look at?
Yeah, that is something that we would certainly encourage and endorse. Certainly speaking to our colleagues in Washington who have regular contact with officials there, and also, in a similar situation would speak to people who have been wrongfully detained and released. having that role has been an enormous comfort to families. It also allows for the highest coordination, with the highest levels of government. It's got a direct line, I think, to the president, or it's close to, and with families. And so I think that sort of a role has a significant impact. It also coordinates rehabilitation and repatriation. And I think a lot of what we speak to with families is that gap that they face, or individuals is that gap. And so I think having a point person that consistently does that, but can negotiate at the highest levels for you, I think is a tremendous support for the government, but also for families and individuals.
Yeah, and I didn't get time to ask that particular aspect with the gentleman from Virginia, but the fact that it sounds like the special envoy is able to also deal with families and provide that other support, I think is really important. But beyond that, in light of what I guess this government's trying to do at the moment, trying to reform and have these new processes in place, are there other aspects around the world, around the globe that you've looked at that you think is worth or has practical impact in trying to help bring some people who've been wrongfully detained home?
Yeah, it's probably the only sort of other example I'm somewhat familiar with is the Canadian one.
Yep.
And the Canadian one, they have put in place a specific person. It's a bit different from the US one because it's not resourced, right? So I don't think it's got its own sort of like department or body or sort of unit. It's just sort of a person who is designated. I can't remember the exact name. I'll have to go back, but I think it's the senior official for hostage affairs. So it's sort of a consular role that's also got that. I think it's a good step in the right direction. I think that it's not hasn't gone as far as the US, and I would hope that Australia would also consider going further, because I think resourcing that role is really important.
Yeah. I do note also in your submission, you do argue the case that, careful, quiet diplomacy should not, I guess, be the default position. But again, from some of the evidence we've seen from this morning and other submissions that I've read, I guess my only concern is having the public attention might actually have the reverse impact. Like, you might actually set someone up for failure or not allowing governments to negotiate outcomes in order to get them released. And I'm not to say that every case, well, certainly every case is not unique, is similar. There's always every variations between cases, but and you've got to look at each context for each of the case before us. But my only concern is having a public campaign or public voice on some more complex matters with certain countries can actually have a detrimental impact. And I just wanted to sort of see whether we still need to look at, is it still not best practice to have a careful, quiet diplomacy as a starting point for governments? And then if the need be to have pressure, fine. But I think as a starting point, that should be the best approach for any government.
I think the best approach is a nuanced approach, right? So I don't think that there should be an approach that is consistently we go public or consistently we don't go public. And I don't think the approach is this is how we start is how we have to end. I think the approach has to change depending on the circumstances and depending on what is happening on the ground and depending on the country that you're negotiating with. And so I think that when there's a default setting, it feels like, from our experience and the experience of the people that we've worked with, that the default setting is to be quiet, and to be quiet until the family itself actually has enough of it and just goes, no, we're going to actually disagree with you and do this. It doesn't feel like there's ever a point at which the department says, all right, this is the time to go public. And there might be cases, there absolutely might be cases where they have done that. But I think a more nuanced approach is what we're calling for, as opposed to and I think that that's where, again, a senior person who's responsible for this would be able to then sort of be able to attenuate depending on the circumstances. But I certainly think we have seen that sometimes there are many cases that defects involved in that the public don't know about and still don't know about to this day. They do a lot of good work on sort of bringing people home in these situations. But certainly what we have seen is that sometimes it is exactly the public media attention that has given people given the government the sort of push it's needed to either act more strongly itself, or because of public pressure, or to negotiations with the foreign government. So yeah, it's certainly not one size fits all, but it would certainly, we would encourage a nuanced approach.
I guess for me, like probably you, like anyone else, our number one principle would also try to make sure we bring these people home safely. And I think anything that jeopardises that, we've just got to be very careful. But, unfortunately, as I said this morning, we're not dealing with like-minded nations. Otherwise, we would have these much more open, transparent processes in place. And unfortunately, certain countries, decide to take matters in their own hands and deal with individuals differently than we would like. But were there any, particular cases that you had in mind that where you saw public campaigns do work? Because I always feel like that it might be years where there's all very quiet diplomacy that is actually getting to an outcome, and the last year or two there might be a public campaign, but individuals not knowing what's happened for the last, let's say, 8 years, or privately what's happened, think that the public campaign is actually what's resulted in their release. But in actual fact, it's been drawn out for such a long period of time that there's been a lot of good, quiet diplomacy going on in the background. And I'm just interested to see if there's been any cases that you can provide the committee where a public campaign's actually worked.
Look, as you say, it's hard to know what the exact thing is that makes the case resolves the case, right? They're not. It's not that media is happening in isolation of foreign of diplomacy efforts. So it's not clear with that. But it is. But we have seen from the case of Chen Lei, we have seen from the case of Kylie Mock-Gilbert. The public attention certainly appears to have helped their cases, and it appears to have put pressure on the government itself to be able to force the government into sort of pushing harder on their cases. I mean, someone like Squee's family would certainly say that going to the media helped solve their case. I certainly think there are cases where we can see that public attention appears to have been the very thing that has pushed the up the ante to force the solution.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you so much for today. I'll hand back to the chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Ciccone. Senator Steele-John, you have the call. If he's there.
Hello, Jordan.
Hello, yes I am. Just double-click the mute button.
Thanks.
Thanks so much for your evidence to the committee so far today. You've stated in your submission the view that it would be useful to establish a senior role within the Department of Foreign Affairs or the other relevant government departments, a role basically for senior coordination and leadership around these types of cases. We've heard today in evidence the description of the role of the US Special Envoy for wrongfully detained persons, and we've heard specifically from the Liberty Alliance about that particular role. Have you come across in your work as an organisation similar senior positions in other countries?
Yeah, I mean, the only one I just mentioned is the recent Canadian one, which is the senior official of hostage affairs. So that one, as I said before, it seems to be a bit different. So it's not a sort of a resourced role. It's sort of a role, as I understand, that's sort of given to a senior government person. It's good to see there's a central person, but I think the US model seems to be a really strong one where it's actually a resourced, more robust role with a more specific sort of mandate.
Okay. And how, in your view, would such a senior role, as you've suggested, support the streamlining of Australia's processes for advocating for wrongly detained Australians? I know you've touched on it a little bit in your evidence so far, but if you would like to expand on it, that would be really useful, because that's one of the key recommendations we're considering as a committee.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, one of the things that we hear a lot from families, and I'm sure you've seen it in submissions and we'll hear from other people, is the sort of the feeling of being passed around between different consular officials, and the time lost often in that pass around. We've even heard from people where a consular official was visiting them regularly in prison, and then basically the new person was changed over, and the next person arrived and didn't know what you could or couldn't bring into the prison, and led to them not being seen for a number, and needed to get up to speed. So there are sort of really small things like that where I think that if there's sort of a centralised person who is actually has expertise, there's sort of centralised learning. Everyone then in the department who's working on these cases actually understands what the different sort of limitations and criteria is. Often families have said to us they feel that they're given a desk officer or they assign someone, and then 6 weeks later or 3 months later or 6 months later, that person's position will change, and then they have to get someone up to speed again. So I think that is a big frustration that families feel, and there doesn't seem to be a continuity. So that's sort of one thing that I would hope that a special role or a senior person would be able to coordinate that within the department. I think also then in terms of the expertise in this issue of hostage diplomacy, I think a person who's at the senior level, as I said before, I think it's really important to attenuate the approach depending on the country, depending on the circumstances, depending on what other negotiations are going on. And if you have a senior person who actually has expertise in this, then they can have a more specialised and a more sophisticated approach to how it's dealt with. And then they also have access to the highest levels of government, but also not just within Australia, but also internationally. So when you're going to these multilateral forums where you've got different countries there talking on the issue of hostage diplomacy, the person there is the expert, right? The person from Australia representing Australia is actually an expert who has a deep understanding of the issues, as opposed to different people who have that in their portfolio for that moment. So I think those are things that are really important. I think the other thing that's important is the rehabilitation aspect. I think that, certainly in the US, we know that this person is responsible for rehabilitation and sort of overseeing that coordination. And we speak to people, things like if you are wrongfully detained overseas on a false sort of terrorism charge, trumped up terrorism charge, and then come back to Australia, there's then challenges around opening a bank account because the Australian bank might not actually appreciate that that was a trumped-up terrorism charge. And so there's just little things like that that people are needing to navigate. And if you don't have the expertise, or you don't have a lawyer who's there to help you, or someone actually tasked with helping you figure this stuff out again, I think you fall through the cracks. And then going back to the sort of the beginning of identifying these cases, again, I think it really depends on somebody noticing these cases and somebody getting the attention of these cases. And I think if you have a special role or a specific role that actually is looking through the lens of wrongful detention, they will more readily be able to identify the cases, and there's less chance of them falling through the cracks. So there's a lot of reasons I just gave you why we think it's worthwhile, but yeah.
Yes, indeed. And thank you for that. Would you be able to also expand for us on whether you believe that having a dedicated team within DFAT to work on these types of cases would improve the likelihood of a positive outcome, both in terms of the ultimate resolution of the situation, but also the experience for families and communities involved in the case. So there's obviously the question of the envoy position, which you've just answered very fulsomely, but I'm looking more for the value you would see in having a dedicated team within DFAT as well.
Yeah, look, I think there are different views amongst people about whether that should be in DFAT, whether it should be in a different department, or which department it should be in, or whatever. Those details are sort of not something that I'm particularly concerned with. Although note that it does require different departments, and it's not just the DFAT sort of officers that would be people who would need to address some of the issues that come up. So I think the whole of government approach is important. But yes, I do think having specific staff that are tasked with dealing with this, because I think when you have expertise, you inevitably become better at what you do, right? You understand the issues more deeply. The families don't experience this feeling of handover, or that if there is the feeling of handover, which inevitably people will, move roles or whatever, there's a clear process for handover of this case. And there's also the opportunity to make sure that people have trauma-informed training on how to deal with these families, how to interact with them. I think a lot of people have said to us that they felt like the person wasn't particularly compassionate, or didn't really understand, or didn't, And so I think if you have the specialised expertise from the family's perspective, you've got better continuity of information, or better systems for continuity of information. You've got better understanding of the issues, and better opportunity for trauma-informed, people who are trauma-informed working in the area. There was one other point I was going to make, which has escaped my mind. Yeah, it's gone.
Thank you. Look, one of the challenges that we're having as policymakers in this space, particularly in relation to this question of a dedicated capacity, but also in relation to the question of the role of public campaigning, which I know you've stated in your submission that Human Rights Watch believes that there is a role for public campaigning in certain circumstances. One of the challenges is that government and government departments have a potential vested interest in not admitting of the role that a public campaign may or may not have played in an outcome, because it's rather embarrassing to have been forced to do something by a public campaign rather than your internal decision making. Also, at the same time, there are realistic cases where quiet diplomacy has moved a case forward and then a public campaign has brought it to fruition. So it's challenging to know the role of public campaigning versus internal diplomacy, because everybody's got a bit of skin in the game on that one. Can you identify for us, though, in your view, a case of arbitrary detention where you believe that it really was a public campaign that made a significant amount of difference? The case of Julian Assange is very much in the public consciousness still, but there may well be others.
Yeah, look, I mean, obviously the Julian Assange case campaign was global and very sort of effective. I think. Look, I mentioned before, I think Cheng Lei's case got really good media. I think it was clear that, she was released just before the Prime Minister went over to China. I think it was clear that there was a lot of pressure from Australia, from the people of Australia, from civil society, from her family, that this was an important thing to be able to achieve before going over there. So it does feel like her case definitely benefited from media attention. I think Chow Van Kam's case as well, the Vietnamese Australian man who was in a Vietnamese prison, I think his case probably benefited from some public attention. Certainly Sean Turnell's would have increased pressure on the governments. I think that Carly Moore Gilbert's case, I think there are a number of different cases that have. I mean, I mentioned before the Pakistan man Hassan Askari. His family certainly believe that the public attention was what supported him getting released. So I think there are a lot of cases that we do see that where public attention has precisely been the thing that has pushed. I mean, also, sorry, I should have mentioned his case as well. Hakeem Al Arabi, who was in November 2019, he was a recognised refugee and a permanent resident in Australia, but was detained in Thailand on a red notice, Interpol red notice. And that case is actually a really useful one to look at in terms of the pressure. As a football player, there was a lot of pressure, collective action from athletes, from different governments, from NGOs, from UN agencies. I mean, it was enormous, the public pressure behind his case. And I really do think that one is a great practical model for where speaking out publicly and consistently, but was actually very effective. So that's probably one that certainly should be looked at as a precedent. And I think in that case as well, Australia did speak out publicly, which was great and surprising, I think, to the Thai government. But I think that there were threats of retaliation from Thailand, but they never actually were specified or substantiated and eventuated. So I think that that's also something to keep in mind, that, sometimes it's not actually going to lead to the ramifications that the government fears it might, and that speaking out publicly, and certainly in Hakeem's case, did have a very significant impact.
Thank you. And look, I'll put this last one on notice, and then I'll pass back to the chair. Would you be able to provide us on notice a couple of examples of those cases that those types of instances you've just outlined where public pressure made the difference, and what you believe as an organisation were the common factors in those cases? Because I'm really trying to get to the bottom of in what circumstances does that public pressure make the difference, and what, in your organisation's view, was the governmental blocker, if you like, on our side or on the other country's side, that was cleared by that public pressure in the view of your organisation? So if you could take that on notice, that would be great. Sure. And I'll pass back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Steele-John. I think that's all from committee members for today for you, Ms Gavston, and I note that you did take a question on notice and we would appreciate the response to that to be returned to the committee by Monday the 14th of October 2024. Thank you very much for appearing as a witness today. And I would ask that you now disconnect from the video conference and you can continue to observe the hearing should you wish to do so through the APH website. Thank you very much.
Bye.
I now welcome Dr Kay Daines, OAM. I understand, Dr Daines, that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
My name is Kay Daines and I'm appearing as a human rights advocate and survivor of arbitrary detainment.
Thank you, Dr Daines. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you very much. After 2 decades of advocacy in this space, it's really quite gratifying to see conversations finally progress where, to the point where the Australian government may finally be willing to officially recognise Australians like myself who were wrongfully and arbitrarily detained overseas and not simply pass off those.
I think we've lost you, Dr Daines.
Connection's dropped out or something.
The committee will just suspend for a couple of minutes and we'll try and reform the connection with Dr Daines. Thank you. And Dr Daines, you had just started your opening statement. If you could perhaps start again, that would be great.
Oh, okay. No problem. Ready to go?
Yes. Thank you.
I think the line's pretty choppy.
Oh, no.
Maybe interesting as a turn.
We'll just
Okay,
suspend.
my apologies. I don't know how I lost the connection. Should I join from my phone, perhaps?
Is there a way to dial in on telephone?
Yep, we might suspend again and Dr Daines, the Secretariat, will sort you out to call in.
Thank you. After 2 decades...
Oh, no.
No, it's too much in bandwidth.
Nope. Okay. Suspend again.
of advocacy, it's personally great. Sorry.
Sorry, Dr Daines. I think it's too much for the connection. We'll suspend again and we'll get you to phone into the hearing if that's all right.
That's fine.
Thank you. Sorry about this. All good. The committee will suspend for another couple of minutes. With your opening statement.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to open by saying that I'm very pleased and honoured to be attending this hearing committee, Senate committee hearing rather. And I'm very grateful to the fact that the Australian government may be finally willing to officially recognise Australians like myself and others who are wrongly and arbitrarily detained overseas. I can personally attest to the fact that arbitrary detainment is terrifying, and I would urge you to imagine for a moment that you are working overseas when government forces suddenly come into the street, into your office, drag you out onto the street, throw you into a car, drive you to a secret location where you are held indefinitely in a tiny cell without adequate food, water or medical care. You're cut off from the rest of the world, you're cut off from anyone that can help you. You're subjected to torture in an attempt to force a false statement to an invented crime, and you are stripped of your dignity and rights. You struggle every day to survive inhumane conditions. This happened to me, and it can certainly happen to you. Because of this ordeal, I am no longer eligible, along with other people like me, to travel under the Australian Visa Waiver Program. This despite my more recent employment where I had travelled on a diplomatic passport, having met the criteria for the most stringent government security vetting protocols, both foreign and domestic. Instead, I'm forced to live with a label of moral turpitude, which is considered to be conduct contrary to community standards of honesty, good morals or justice. And the label persists today, despite the fact that my dedication to international humanitarian service, social justice and human rights is recognised by the Australian government and international organisations. And that I'm also the recipient of both the Medal of the Order of Australia, Rotary International Awards, Australia Day Honours and Awards, and other notable awards for my service to humanity. None of these accolades or security clearances can spare me the indignity of what I must face whenever I seek to travel overseas as a common tourist. I therefore appeal for your compassion to advocate for those of us who have faced such injustice that even with the offering of a presidential pardon, that was the case in our case, there is no relief. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Daines. Sorry, I'm just negotiating with the Deputy Chair who's going to ask questions first, but I will go first. And I know the Deputy Chair does have some questions as well. Dr. Daines, you spoke in, I guess, hypothetical terms about what an experience of an Australian detained overseas could be like, but I was hoping you could briefly outline for the committee how you were detained and your experience as someone who's been unlawfully detained.
Absolutely. I was basically, well, my husband and I at the time were working in a foreign country, in Laos in particular, providing security services to the foreign investment community there, including the embassies. And the secret police came and abducted my husband from his office with no arrest warrant or any opportunity for him to call the embassy. They just simply took him to an undisclosed location. And I discovered this and I immediately alerted the Australian Embassy. At the time I was on my way home, the Australian Embassy said that they would go and try and make representations to seek out where my husband had been taken to. We had a rough idea where he'd been taken. They couldn't find him, so they then came to the border to escort me and my two children out of the country. The secret police detained me at the border and I was separated from my children. The Australian consular official took carriage of my two children and arranged for their evacuation back to Australia. And once that occurred, I was taken to an undisclosed location where I was subsequently, along with my husband in separate conditions, detained for almost a year. So that was basically the outline. There was no arrest warrants. There were no process or procedures or due process followed as you would expect in a detainment, in an arrest. We were simply abducted.
So you were never charged with anything?
No. We were taken in and put into a secret prison camp. At the time was the home to 100 prisoners, of which 58 were political prisoners. And it was very, very difficult to get any communication out or in over the next couple of months.
Yeah, I'll get to the communication point in a moment, but how old were your kids when they were evacuated?
So my son was 7 years old, and my daughter was 10.
Oh, my God.
And the government, the DFAT organised their flights home to Australia as unaccompanied minors, and they returned home to my parents who lived in Brisbane and to their sister who was actually continuing her studies in Australia. So it was very, very traumatic for the children to be subjected to that sort of detainment. There were 30 secret police that surrounded our car at the time. They had their guns out. I mean, it was completely distressing.
I can't even imagine what that would have been like. And for you as parents as well, to be separated from your children. Obviously, it was wonderful that your children were able to be safely evacuated to Australia, but to go through that process of separation must have likewise been terrible.
Indeed, and I have to say that, you know, we're talking 23 December 2000, so the day they flew home to Australia was for Christmas Day, my mother's birthday, and of course the birth of Christ. So, and Christmas celebration. So it was very, very traumatising. My husband had been in the Defence Force and was still serving at that time. He was working in Laos with approval from the Defence Chief, and but he had been 20 years in the military. So he had gone away on numerous deployments, but the children had never lost both parents at the one time, and then not to see them again for almost a year. It was very, very disturbing.
At what point did the Australian government recognise that you had been unlawfully detained?
So we provided security to the Australian Embassy. So the Embassy actually recognised our status long before the Australian government, and it was thankful to the Ambassador Jonathan Thwaites and senior consular officers like Robin Hamilton-Coates and Louise Waugh and others that made very early representations practically on the onset that this was not a typical case. They alerted the then Foreign Minister, Mr. Alexander Downer, and the then Prime Minister, Mr. John Howard. And it wasn't actually, though, until my parents went to the media that things started to really take off, and the government was more encouraged at the time to say, well, okay, we need to deal with this as a complex case. They referred to it as a private matter to the public, but to us, they actually confirmed to us that they believed that we were being held hostage.
That's interesting. So 25 years ago, I was not reading the paper religiously. I must apologise. But
Me neither.
but the reporting at the time, was all of that public commentary basically saying that this was not a case of you and your husband being taken hostage? This was just you'd been detained in overseas for seemingly no reason?
Well, it was the people that were detaining us were actually quite clever. They were secret police. They had an agenda. They were trying to seize control of a lot of the foreign investment projects at the time. So they fed a story to the media, who were quite willing to run the story without having access to us or to anyone else for that matter. And so the secret police detaining us fed a story to the media that we were gem smugglers, which was just an incredible story. But the media picked it up, and that was the narrative that ensued, and to the destruction of our reputations. And so when my family was subjected to that allegation, your adult children have been accused of smuggling sapphires and gems, what do you say to that? You know, they landed on my father's doorstep, 200 journalists on the front door of my father's property saying, can you answer, can you do a please explain? And, so it was very difficult to get the actual narrative out, the actual details of the case, because once the media got hold of it, you couldn't undo the damage that was done. So that is a big piece of it. Eventually, however, the team that we engaged or were engaged on our behalf started to filter, trickle feed information out. My father in particular did a great job of just coming out the front and giving the media, weekly updates as he could, so that they could begin to understand that, hang on a minute, this is not a criminal case, despite what the detaining authority has put to the Australian public, because in this particular case, there were all the criteria of arbitrary and wrongful detention, which activated a whole of government approach, albeit behind the scenes, which activated special envoys engaging, and even the highest levels, the Governor-General engaging. So, I've listened to some of the commentary of some of the other witnesses and the questions concerning should we go to the media. In some cases it's necessary, but it can be quite a bit of lion tamer trying to keep the wild animals in the cage.
So to be very clear, it was the Australian media that accepted the story that was being put out by the police in Laos that you were a gem smuggler. Like that was the story that was being promoted locally here in Australia.
Yes.
And I mean, it was 25 years ago, so it's perhaps difficult to go back in the time machine and imagine exactly what was happening around that time. But if that were to happen in this day and age, I assume some good, hard-working journalists would call up the Department of Foreign Affairs and ask them whether the government had any view on a situation such as yours. Do you know if that happened? If that happened at all when you were put under, I won't say arrest because you weren't charged with anything, but when you were locked up?
Yeah, the media, I know the ABC in particular went to the government and said, do you have a response? And it is documented in the public domain. And they would issue a generic response that we're aware that the Danes have been detained in Laos, and we're not aware of the reasons for that detainment. But we are working to offer consular assistance to the Danes. And so it was a rather benign sort of response. And the ambassador would meet with us separately because my husband and I were not allowed to be together in any capacity for several months, about 6 months in fact. And we would hear snippets on the news. There was a way to hear what was going on, and we would hear snippets on the news that was talking about us, and a lot of the political prisoners would say, why doesn't your government stand up and say publicly what it is? You're being held hostage. And I had to explain that that's not the way our government works. They're all about diplomacy because Laos enjoys a 50-year bilateral trade agreement with Australia, and that's the priority here. So, it's very political. It's at the onset of all these cases since that time. I know that DFAT and the government have learnt a lot about ways of dealing with families, ways of dealing with prisoners, detainees, but it's still not enough because the damage that is done in those early instances of detainment, it requires an immediate analysis. It requires an immediate determination of whether you are wrongfully detained or whether you are a typical criminal civil case.
So in terms of your family back at home, you mentioned that I think it was your father went to the front door and there was a swarm of journalists outside asking him questions about your situation. Before that, did the government at the time make any contact with your family to alert them as to what had happened to you and provide any support locally? or at that point in time when the media were swarming your parents' property, was that the first they basically became aware of it beyond having spoken to you?
The government did contact my parents to let them know that we had been detained overseas and that they were providing support and in the process of providing support to us. And they assigned, I believe they assigned 2 case officers to my family, to my parents who were looking after our children. These were 2 very senior diplomats that they had brought out of retirement that were very experienced in this sort of thing. And so that was the initial contact that my parents had. But at times I learned that my parents had experiences of extreme frustration in those days of not being able to get much communication back from the government. And to be fair to the government, there wasn't a great deal of communication that could be sought because we were detained and not offered regular consular access. So the early days were very difficult to establish that communication. But certainly, objectively, there was a strong willingness once my father's federal member of parliament, Mr. Con Shaka, advised my father to go to the media, and that would get the government moving a bit more diligently. And indeed it did.
Dr. Daines, I'm just going to pass the call quickly to Senator Ciccone. I do have more questions for you, but I know he has to run in a tick, so I'm just going to let him ask a couple.
That's all right. And thanks a lot, Chair. And hello, Dr. Daines. And, you know, I was about to say, if you'd been in contact with your local member, but Con Shaka, someone who's no longer in this place anymore, but I was wondering also whether you had any engagement, or your family had any engagement with then the Foreign Minister, Alexander Downer, or other members of the Howard government, considering this been around 25 years ago now since you went through the ordeal?
Senator, it's such an honour to speak with you, and I appreciate your time is precious. Mr. Downer actually flew to the little town of Birkdale in Brisbane where my parents lived at the time, and he wanted to personally come to their home. He brought a lovely encyclopedia, a world map to give to the children, and they thought that was quite funny because they said, doesn't the Foreign Minister know where Laos is? It was a bit of an icebreaker, but all jokes aside, he did make the effort to go to my parents' house and to reassure them personally that he and Prime Minister Howard and other senior diplomats were working diligently on the case.
Yeah.
And for that, I'll be eternally grateful.
And look, certainly a lot has changed probably on how we handle these matters, it's fair to say, but I was just interested back then, like, what support did you or your family received after your detention? And was this, how is this best facilitated between the family and the support from government?
There wasn't a whole lot of support following. It's kind of like, we came home, you're home now, get on with your life.
Yeah.
And that was how it was back in the day. That came with a lot of implications because I wanted to return to work in the security sector. I now have a criminal conviction. And according to Queensland legislation, you cannot hold a security licence if you have a criminal conviction. And so I had to go back to Mr. Downer and ask him if he could write me a letter that would suffice the appropriate department for issuing the licence, which he did. But I feel that it just, it was only a Band-Aid, Senator. The real detriment came later when I attempted to travel as a tourist overseas, as I said in my opening statement, is that I no longer qualify for the visa waiver program. So every time I travel, and I believe Peter Gresti has also made this remark, is that we're required to disclose that we were taken through the judicial process of that country and given a conviction in order for that country, that state, to save face. And then we were diplomatically processed out via presidential pardon. But to this day, it causes me problems, and it's going to cause me problems again, and many Australians problems again in 2025, when the UK and Europe and other countries sign up to this this new process where you have to declare your convictions. It's maddening. And a recent example is when I went to the United States, I sought a tourist visa, and I was denied, even though I'd previously travelled to testify at US congressional forums in 2002 and 2009. I had to call on about 7 senior high officials in the Australian government, including the former Prime Minister Kevin Rudd, Barnaby Joyce, Minister Penny Wong, my local federal member Henry Pike, Mr Simon Birmingham was tremendous, former Ambassador Douglas Hartwick, former consular staff that were involved in our case, and a lovely woman, Tricia Martino, from the Director of Consular Operations Branch, to make representations on my behalf to the US consulate to say, hey, we don't believe she's a criminal, give her a visa. You know, it's so frustrating to be subjected to that and to be told that you are not an upstanding person to qualify for the visa waiver program.
Yes, and it's probably something that will be part of our report, I guess, once we finalise. And I guess, look, I know in the last couple of years the current government's established an external advisors group to hopefully improve and inform how we can best manage these cases going forward. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the work that the current government has done in terms of trying to change the way that maybe DFAT and others engage with these issues, but I think it's fair to say that many people have learnt from past experiences, including yours, and in all these cases, when you're dealing with other foreign countries, there's got to be a level of sensitivity, but also acknowledging that we can also improve our internal structures. So, look, I just want to say thank you for the time that you've been able to share with us today. But I also just wanted to to ask a couple of those questions from earlier on and make sure that, you and your family, I know it's been around 24 odd years ago, but I'm sure still has an impact on your life and your children.
It does, Senator, and I very much appreciate your acknowledgement of that. That means a lot to me, and I know my parents are watching online, and it will mean a great deal to them. It was 2 decades ago, but I can tell you it's just like yesterday on some days. And I really would love to give all the support I can to our government in moving forward. There's a few models that are available. Prisoners Abroad UK is an excellent model for bridging the connection between government and families and those wrongly detained, and in fact those who are rightly detained. They offer some great information, local networks in the country where the person might be detained. They offer care and aftercare. I believe this model could work. I did attempt to get this similar model through DFAT a few years ago when I was with Foreign Prisoner Support Service, because I've worked on over 1,000 cases of detainment, rightful and wrongful, but I think that's still an area that's quite weak, and I hope that the engagement continues. The Australian Wrongful and Arbitrary Detention Alliance is an organisation that I'm proud to be associated with, and I'm sure that Kylie Gilbert-Moore and the team would like to discuss and work more collaboratively with the Department of Foreign Affairs to move those conversations along.
And I think we'll certainly be hearing from Awada at some point during the inquiry, Dr. Daines. It's Senator Chandler back asking questions now. So you referenced in your remarks earlier that the Australian government didn't clearly have a view on the fact that you had been arbitrarily detained when it first occurred. At any point in that 12-odd months that you were detained, did they change that recognition?
Yes.
At what point did that occur?
Well, again, the embassy team on the ground believed right from the onset that we were arbitrarily detained. But if I can refer to, and not disrespectfully, the Canberra bubble, it took a little bit of encouragement from the ambassador to penetrate somewhat and get everybody on the right page and to understand what the story was. Respectfully, it wasn't that easy, Senator, to get information out of a closed country like Laos. At the time, it had only just opened up to foreign investors, and since 1997, we were detained in 2000. So that line of communication was difficult. We were one of the first cases, aside from Steve Pratt, if you might recall. He was coming back home to Australia at the time that we were detained, arbitrarily detained. And so there were a lot of lessons to be learned on how to respond to Australians in that situation. And to be honest, and even the consular staff have admitted this to me, they didn't have a lot of case examples to go by. So we were all in it together, we were all learning, and I agree that there were lessons to be learnt, and they have benefited a lot of Australians since, but there is still a lot of lessons that can be further implemented.
You referenced that the consular staff on the ground in Laos very quickly recognised that you and your husband were not a typical case. Do you have any view on how they made that assessment? How did they come to that position so quickly?
Well, they saw that my husband had been taken, had been kidnapped, had been taken to an undisclosed location. So they were not able to, that when they approached the Lao authorities where he had been last sighted, and when they had questioned the Lao police that were holding me, the secret police, they knew that there were no arrest warrants. There was no information forthcoming. There was no detail of where is my husband, where is Kerry Daines, where are you taking Kay? There's all these very simple signposts that have more legal names, but if we keep it simple, the signposting was there at the onset that they weren't following their own laws, let alone international law, on the process of detainment and arrest.
And I guess that's a difference between your case and some other wrongful detention cases that we see in more recent times, where in your instance there were no charges laid. The authorities literally just took you off the street, whereas these days we see a lot more instances where citizens overseas are subjected to a completely non-transparent legal process. They're arrested under trumped-up charges. Those charges are never really proven. So I guess from your perspective, if this might be hypothetical, but if you had been charged, say, when they took you in Laos, how much more difficult do you think it would have been for the local Australian consular staff on the ground to make that assessment that your case was out of the ordinary?
I think it would have been extremely difficult, and it does happen, as you say, and I think that's where it then would be referred to as maybe a complex consular case, and then you would be accorded the standard. These are your rights according to the consular charter, and in that instance, while in the time between that it takes them to figure out that actually the government is being deceived, you may have been subjected to torture, ill treatment, all manner of risk in order to get to a judicial process. And as you say, that, you know, have they applied procedural fairness? Have you been given a right to a lawyer? You know, all these things. In our case, Senator, is that we were taken through the judicial process because after 6 months of us resisting torture and interrogation, it was quite evident to the Lao government that we would not sign any false statements under any circumstances. And the torture was real and it was brutal, but we resisted that. And so the only option then, as encouraged by the Australian Foreign Minister, was to find a diplomatic solution. And that meant that we would be subjected to a judicial process. The officer, the public prosecutor, and the people that were torturing us came into the prison and for the first time sat Kerry and I in a room together. This was 6 months after our arbitrary detainment, and told us that we would be going to court in 2 weeks and that we had already been found guilty and not to worry about what the charges would be because they would figure it out and tell us at the court. And it was a closed court. The embassy were not invited. They had kept a close eye on the court and they'd kept a close eye on movements in the Lao government. So they found out about the court case and they did turn up, and that was great. The ambassador got a front row seat, and the look on his face as the proceedings were underway was quite shocking. He was horrified, and the lawyer in him wanted to stand up several times and object, but there were no adversarial proceedings. We were merely told that we would be convicted of a crime. We would have an international conviction that would remain with us until such time as it wouldn't, and that was that. So, you know, to answer your question, I hope I've done it effectively, and to say that these things are not black and white, they're very grey, and hence why I believe, as others do, we need to have a designated task force. We need to have someone in each of the embassies that can be designated to follow up and investigate the distinction between the cases, to make sure that those that are innocent, as our government told us they believe that Kerry and I were innocent, that we can get that extra assistance that we need because the circumstances may be, and as was the case for us, we were subject to torture.
And I suspect I know the answer to this question, Dr. Daines, but is it important to that end for Australia to have a framework that clearly defines what wrongful detention and hostage diplomacy looks like, so that bad faith foreign actors are, for a start, deterred from engaging in the practice to start with, but know that the government will clearly define these cases, will clearly identify these cases where they fit within that definition, and will accordingly engage with whatever foreign country has unlawfully detained an Australian in order to facilitate their freedom and return to our country?
Absolutely, and I'll say that engagement must be done immediately, or almost immediately, and when we say immediate in these terms, you would expect within the first few weeks of detainment. when you're in that situation, you would hope within the first few hours. But realistically, that the government engaged very quickly at the onset and at the highest level, because what usually happens in a lot of these cases is that it's not the government, it's the people in certain departments, the public officials that are doing this. In our case, it wasn't the government of Laos detaining us, it was the department officials in the Ministry of Interior, in the secret police, that were all involved in corruption, and so they were flying under the radar of the government. And then it wasn't until the Laos government actually learned what they were doing that it brought embarrassment on the Laos government, and then it became a nightmare, a headache for the Laos government. So initially, you have to have the government engaged. The Australian government must engage in these cases very early. They must have that distinction of what is a wrongful detainment, what is an arbitrary detainment. They really do need to get that framework together, and they do need to make those strong representations, which they can do with the appointment of a special envoy designated to that task.
Thank you very much, Dr. Daines. Senator Stiljohn, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, Dr. Daines, for your evidence to the committee. You mentioned in your evidence earlier on that when you returned to Australia, there was an attitude of, okay, you're home now, get on with your life. I'm wondering, in hindsight, what types of support would have been useful to yourself and to your family?
The most useful would have been a public recognition of our innocence, because that is what the case was. The Australian government gave us the support they did because they did believe wholeheartedly that we were innocent, but no declaration was made, and that had quite long-standing ramifications that exist to this day. The humiliation that my children were subjected to, of the media saying that, your parents were criminals, because the media lacked a certain responsibility to confirm the story. They just ran news headlines. Not once did the media get access to us, because admittedly they were prevented access. There were in those days, there were no foreign journalists in Laos that were able to report openly. So I make that concession. But afterwards, we should have been accorded an opportunity that our government stand up or even in private, just give us a document that we could use to show other organisations, like potential employers, that, don't believe what you read in the media. This is actually what happened. I know that opens up a whole can of worms, but...
Yes, absolutely. Dr. Daines, were you ever given a explanation from the Australian government as to why they would not provide you with such a statement?
They said that they wanted to maintain a 50-year bilateral relationship with Laos,
yes,
yeah, and rightly so. To be fair, because if anyone else was detained in Laos, that you would have to have good representation there that could offer a similar support network, But on the same token, Senator, Laos got away with a lot, and if Laos being the little country that it is, can dictate terms to a country like Australia, then one has to be a bit concerned about what message that sends to everybody else. And I always felt that Australia should have said to Laos, no, this is not right, and there will be ramifications, whether that be sanctions, which might seem extreme just for two ordinary Australians, but the principle of the matter, or whether that might be a reduction in the bilateral aid that was given to Laos at the time. There was no slap on the wrist, you know. There were no consequences. There was no accountability. And so Laos got away with it. And even today, they're not signing on to the Levinson Act, for instance. They're not upholding the principles of the International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights that they agreed to abide by just prior to our detainment. There has to be accountability, and I believe the person from Human Rights Watch put it quite well, is that they have to look at the charter, our Human Rights Watch, human rights record rather, and make an omission in there to say, you know, in the country charter, Laos has a history of, you know, there has to be some acknowledgement that these rogue states that are signing on to international treaties and covenants in order to gain access to foreign aid, there has to be some acknowledgement that they're actually doing the wrong thing in other areas.
Thank you, Doctor. Could I ask as well, in addition to those broader pieces, that public recognition and those consequences, in terms of yourself and your family personally, I'm just wondering, it doesn't sound like there was any particular mental health supports offered to you or to the family, or other types of services made available to you. Is that correct?
At the time, Senator, no. You know, it was just quite simply you're home and enjoy your freedom. And at the time, I suffered quite significantly from post-traumatic stress. I didn't really know what it was. And then it was a case of just shop around and try and find the right person, the right professional, psychologist, psychiatrist, who could give me some support. There were no debriefings, you know. It was just a case, quite simply, you're on your own, off you go.
Yes, and I think, do you think in hindsight that, well, let me frame it a different way. We're considering as a committee what recommendations to make around how to improve this process and these experiences for people. Do you think it would be that we should consider recommending that those kind of comprehensive, trauma-informed, often very specialised forms of mental health supports and debriefing processes be offered by the Australian government to those who return from these forms of incarceration and to their families as well?
Absolutely, and I think the reason for that too is that all these unique cases need to be documented to inform a task force so that they can go in and they can work with that person, that someone like me, you know, can go in there, do an appropriate debrief, and they can then learn lessons from that particular experience that can be documented. That would have a huge benefit to the ongoing discussion, and I'm sure would be of tremendous benefit to researchers, to organisations that can tailor particular trauma counselling for those individuals. I was astounded when I came back. There was no support as such. There was support for victims of a crime in Queensland, and I was a victim of a crime, but there was no support for me.
Yes,
and I think that's lacking, Senator.
Absolutely. And you also have mentioned your experiences of challenges with the financial system as a result of this. Would you like to expand on those?
Well, you know, how does one pay for such representation if the detaining state puts you in a state of going through an unlawful judicial process? I mean, you've got to try and prove your innocence. And in our particular case, our employer engaged a lawyer on our behalf to help formulate a book of evidence based on rumours in the media. They didn't have the facts or the allegations from the Lao government, but he worked closely with the Australian ambassadors to try and counter some of the allegations that were being fed to the media by the Laos authorities. That all cost money. We were fortunate that our employer paid that bill, because it would have cost us at least $1 million. So
yes,
there's a great consequence for these cases and an impact on the family, and a lot of social justice cases that I've worked in where, you know, people have been detained in Vietnam and Thailand and all countries of the world. The main theme that I get from the families is that we can't afford legal representation. We can't afford the advocates, to go over when Robert Langdon was detained in Afghanistan. I was working with Stephen Kenny, a human rights lawyer, and, we had to either make a representation to the government to help fund the trip over there to try and engage with the detainee, or we had to say to the families, well, we need to do some fundraising so we can try and get some support to your loved one. And in some cases,
yes,
we need to get some funds, we need to do some fundraising so we can make sure someone on the ground can buy food for your loved one, because they're not offered those services in the detained location.
Absolutely. So it sounds like you're suggesting that in addition to the, or maybe as an auxiliary to the, or a function, I should say, of the task force, should be being able to access a legal assistance and other extraordinary expenditure requirements fund to enable the acquisition of legal representation, and also to provide for the essentials of life that may not be covered by the prison system in the detaining country.
Indeed, and in some instances there is a process in place that the detainee can access emergency funds. I know when I worked in the cases of the Bali Nine and Chappelle Corby, those Australians could take out an emergency loan that was payable back upon their release for medical supplies.
Was that a loan from the Australian government?
Yes.
Right, how generous of us to offer a loan. My God.
Yes. I would refer you to, I think it's on the Smart Traveller website. I haven't visited it for a while, but I think they can make a loan. They can access a loan, at least they used to be able to. And they have to pay that back. They have to give an undertaking that they would pay it back. But if you've got a 20-year sentence in Bangkok Hilton, it's a little bit difficult to make those three payments.
Well, absolutely. That shouldn't be a loan process, in my view. That should be a service and support that's simply available. Look, thank you very much, Dr. Daines. I'll have to leave it there. But thank you for giving the evidence that you have to the committee. And I would really encourage you, if anything comes to you post your evidence with us today where you think, I wish I had shared this piece of information or this piece of additional context, please feel free to provide it to us as a committee. We've given everyone else the deadline of the 14th of October, but I'm sure we would be willing to take additional information from you if it should occur to you between now and the reporting, the closing of the inquiry period for this inquiry.
I appreciate that, Senator, and if I could just point to one thing that I think you really do need to look at is how to deal with the situation of overturning a decision by a state that has wrongly and arbitrarily detained you.
Yes,
because
absolutely.
the ramifications are enormous.
We have heard that very loud and clear from you, Doctor, and very much that overturning would be the ideal. If you've ever had the opportunity to consider if there might be other avenues, such as an official kind of statement or addendum to a passport to make it clear Australia's view in relation to this particular conviction, or any other international examples where they've managed to successfully navigate the need to, for want of a better word, enable the convicting nation to save face in the process of hostage release, while minimising the flow-on implications for the victim of the arbitrary or wrongful detention process. That would be really valuable, because I both see the need to get the person out of the detention environment as quickly as possible, and also, as you said so clearly, the real need to make sure that process of release does not mark them in such a way that hinders them and re-triggers and re-traumatises them through the course of their life.
Indeed, Senator, because every time I pass through an airport security and I have to show my passport, which has a visa in it that states that I did not qualify for the visa waiver program, it raises all those questions again, and I have to relive that trauma every time I travel.
Absolutely. It's totally unacceptable. Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Steele-John. And thank you very much, Dr Daines, for appearing today and for being so forthcoming with your testimony. I know it's been really valuable to the committee to hear your story here today. And I hope that everyone listening along to the hearing at home has found it interesting as well. As Senator Steele-John mentioned, the committee would appreciate that we receive any responses to questions on notice by Monday the 14th of October 2024. And the committee will now break for lunch, given it is 1 o'clock, and we'll be back at 2 p.m. Thanks all.
Thank you very much.
The committee will now reconvene after lunch, and I now welcome Dr Rana Dedpour from Oz Iran. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Good afternoon, Chair and the committee members, Senator Chandler. Thank you for having me today. My name is Rana Dedpour, and I am joining you today as a representative of Oz Iran, Australian United Solidarity for Iran.
Thank you, Dr Dedpour. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you very much. Before I start, I would like to acknowledge the traditional owner of the land I'm joining you today. The Kuku-Yalanji people here, I would like to pay my respect to the elders, past, present, and the future. Today, I will address here the critical issue of wrongful detention of Australian citizens, specifically focused on the Islamic Republic in Iran. In recent years, this regime has increasingly used what can be termed as hostage diplomacy, where foreign nationals, including Australians, are detained on fabricated charges for political leverage. These detentions are against international law. Specifically, I'm talking about the United Nations International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, which Iran is obligated to uphold because it is a signatory of. Detainees in Iran are often denied fair trials, legal representations, and are subjected to prolonged solitary confinement and coerced confessions. Wrongful detentions are not only a violation of individual rights, but also a strategic tool of political coercion that undermines global human rights standards. As Iran calls upon the government to adopt a more proactive and assertive foreign policy framework to combat this practice. As outlined in our submission, we recommended targeted sanction against officials and entities, specifically within the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or IRGC, who are responsible for orchestrating wrongful detentions in Iran. Sanctions like this, which have been implemented before by Australia and other countries in different domains, send a clear message that human rights violations carry consequences. Second, we propose that the designation of the IRGC as a terrorist organization in alignment with actions taken by the US and Canada to further isolate those responsible for this kind of abuses. Third, a re-evaluation of Australia's diplomatic approach to Iran, specifically the regime in Iran, Islamic Republic regime, utilizing both multilateral forums such as the United Nations and also partnership with allies, which will help us to ensure a collective international pressure will be brought to bear on the regime in Iran to hopefully respect human rights. My teammates and our team in Iran advocates for a consistent, clear, and cohesive strategy, which is crucial in addressing the evolving tactics of hostage diplomacy by the Islamic Republic regime. Iran believes that a policy framework that includes firm deterrent measures, such as targeted sanctions, as described in our submission, is essential not only for responding to wrongful detentions, but also for preventing them. Our recommendations are based on a commitment to uphold human rights and also protect Australian citizens abroad. We urge the committee to please consider these measures as part of a broader strategy to deter wrongful detention practices and ensure that Australian citizens are safeguarded against these type of violations. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Dapoor. You mentioned in your opening statement that we know that the IRGC engages in terrorist activities and actively funds and trains extremist groups abroad, but what role do they play in the arbitrary detention of foreign nationals in Iran?
Wrongful detention of foreign nationals is nothing new in Islamic Republic of Iran. Since the 1979, when they attacked the U.S. embassy and took hostages all the people who were working in the embassy there. It started from there. And since then, we have seen several cases of foreign citizens and also dual nationals who have been taken hostages by this regime in Iran. There have been several cases. One of the most famous one, as you know, Dr. Kylie Moore Gilbert. She has been also subjected to this violation of human rights and subjected to gross abuses by this regime and IRGC as well. It's nothing new. It's been there since the beginning of this regime and it's been continuing. It has turned into actually a policy by which they're trying to leverage political points, I would call it, political points, and get what they want from international community and other governments.
And is it your view that in the absence of a more robust framework in Australia that publicly signals how we deal with wrongfully detained citizens overseas, that enables regimes like the IRI regime to be able to get away with this behaviour if there are no clearly set out ramifications if they do wrongfully detain our citizens in Iran?
Senator, I do think so. I do think as long as there are no clear measures on explaining exactly how and based on what values Australia is going to react to this kind of behaviour, the IRI regime and IRGC will keep using this because they will realise that there are no consequences, or at least there are no specific frameworks to measure any consequence for those. So they will think that they can get away with it in some senses, and that will not deter future hostage-taking by this regime. But not only it won't deter it, but also I think it will encourage it. They will think that the Australian government cannot or will not act in a strong, assertive manner to this type of behaviour, and therefore that that assumptions by them will lead into more hostages being taken from the Australian citizens and dual nationals as well.
The Australian government has Magnitsky sanctions at its disposal to use against individuals and organisations involved in human rights abuses. Do you think those sanctions should be used in cases of arbitrary detention?
I do believe so, yes. And as we outline in our submissions, I do think that these sanctions should and can be used, to deter hostage diplomacy. As long as I'm aware, the themes that autonomous sanctions of Australia has been used are based on providing weapons of mass destruction, cyber incidents, and also serious violation and abuse of human rights, and also serious corruption. These two themes can be linked to hostage diplomacy of the Islamic Republic regime very directly. It is a violation of human rights, this type of arbitrary detentions, and also because detainees haven't been provided with, proper legal support or any type of legal representations, then that could also be serious corruption as well.
Dr Dadpour, in your submission you state that Australia should reevaluate diplomatic relations with the IRI regime. We've had a lot of conversations here today about how those diplomatic channels are managed between Australia and any foreign country that has wrongfully detained our citizens. How do you think we can strike this balance of reevaluating diplomatic relations with the IRI regime, but still ensuring that we have the channels in place to be able to deal with wrongful detention cases diplomatically?
In my opinion, it all goes to a nuanced and balanced approach to these issues. So I do know that all that detainees or those people who have been wrongfully detained in the past and at the moment they are wrongfully detained has been provided with consular support. I do think that providing the government with the help of a specific task force that could be in DFAT or other department, a senior officer or a kind of an office that would specifically focus on wrongful detentions and to define it, to have threshold to find out if a detention is a wrongful detention, and also to provide those detainees with support and advocacy, and provide the government with some insights and suggestions and recommendations on how to approach it, would give a balanced framework. We'll provide the government with a balanced framework because the council or the ambassador, for example, in Iran, if they face a wrongful detention of an Australian citizen, they would be responsible to go and talk about it, which may not be exactly in line with other responsibilities that they have and the other channels that they want to keep, open. So if DFAT has a specific section, specific office for dealing with these cases and to figure out what can be done and what has to be done, I think that would really help and keep it a more balanced and nuanced.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Senator Ciccone, Deputy Chair, any questions from you?
Not this stage. I'm just happy.
All good.
I'll come back later, but
yeah.
see if Jordan has any.
Senator Steele-John, do you have some questions?
I most certainly do, Chair.
Wonderful. Thank you
so much.
You have the call.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you, Doctor, for your evidence so far with us this morning. It's always excellent to hear from yourself and your organisation. My first question goes to the issue of your submission. You've mentioned in the submission the role of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps in wrongful detentions of individuals in Iran. Would you please be able to go into some more detail for us about the role that the IRCG, I nearly accused the Royal College of General Practitioners of being involved in wrongful detention, plays in wrongful detention of Australians overseas?
Hi, Senator John. Yes, sure. Look, the role of IRGC in the politics in Iran can seem very complicated. So it's not that I'm trying to say that it's only them who are responsible for that. Definitely, there have been cases that they've been responsible for that. For example, the case of the Dr. Kylie Moore Gilbert. I read her book and how she described her, communication and encounters with officers of IRGC, specifically trying to, coerce her into wrong confessions and things like that. IRGC is very rooted in the politics and specifically foreign politics in Iran. And they have been responsible for several violations of human rights and human rights abuses, not only inside Iran, but also out of the country. As you know, there have been several officers of the IRGC who have been already sanctioned by the Australian government for violations of human rights, for abuses, the gross abuses that they've committed, for providing drones, for example, to Russia, or the cyber attacks that they had and foreign interference in Australian, domestic sphere. So what I'm trying to say is that IRGC is guilty. The degree of the guilt in every single case might be different, but it's there, and it is one of those bad faith actors that we're trying to get recognised in Australia.
Thank you. And considering, Doctor, the IRCG's unique position as a quasi-government body, what difficulties have you seen in dealing with cases of wrongful detention instigated or given effect to by the IRCG?
Do you mean how Australia cannot do, or?
No. I'm mean given their role as that kind of quasi-government entity. I'm interested to know from you what additional difficulties that creates when dealing with a case of wrongful detention in which they are involved.
I think the IRGC is not the easiest to deal with. However, considering they deep root in the government and also, acting as a government itself in Iranian foreign policies, and also considering the violations that had happened, I think if they get designated as a terrorist organization, that would really send a strong message, not only to IRGC, but also to IRI regime and the government that is actually in power there. Look, what I'm trying to say is that sanctioning officers, targeted sanctions of officers, and also designating IRGC as a terrorist organization does not necessarily mean that there will be no future diplomacy channels for Australia for example, to negotiate the detainees, hostages that might be in Iranian prisons. What it will provide Australia with is a strong message and also a collective action and framework with our other allies, such as United States, Canada, that have done it before. So it will give Australia a leverage, instead of being reactive to every single case, every single time, year after year. I think what Australia needs to do, what the government needs to do, is to be more proactive. So designating IRGC will definitely provide the government with that proactive approach to deter future hostage diplomacy by the regime and the IRGC.
Absolutely, and we in the Australian Greens continue to call for the IRGC to be listed as a terrorist organisation for those and many other reasons. Now, you've spoken in your submission about the role of targeted sanctions in deterrence of wrongful detention. Have there been other countries that have effectively used sanctions on the Islamic Republic of Iran to deter wrongful detention?
I am not aware of any cases. We all know that there has been several cases of designating specific officers for different violations and abuses of human rights. Australia has used these Magnitsky-style sanctions as well. But in terms of, specifically in relation to hostage diplomacy, I am not aware of any. And that's actually an area that Australia can be a pioneer of and try to have this collective effort using platforms like United Nations in order to advocate for like an international task force that would deal with this kind of hostage diplomacy that are being conducted by the regime and IRGC in Iran.
Yes, all right, excellent. And just finally, aside from deterrence, what are the other benefits that you see from using targeted sanctions to deal with cases of Australians being wrongfully detained in Iran?
Others could be, the final goal is always to keep Australian citizens safe and to advocate for their human rights, no matter where they are, even they are traveling abroad, enjoying their lives, or they are in Australia, or they are traveling to Iran to visit families. So in case of dual citizens and Australian-Iranian community, this is a very important, and serious issue. I know many of my friends and many community members who hasn't been, including myself, haven't been traveled to Iran for over a decade because we just don't want to be subjected to such horrified abuses. But apart from deterring future cases, I think it will get the international community closer together in order to act, in a kind of collective and also specialized, continuous and coherent way to protect the lives and the rights of those who have been detained or who are detained at the moment.
All right,
it's just enhancing those. No worries. Thank you so much.
No worries. Thank you. Thanks, Chair. That's all for me.
Thank you very much, Senator Steele-John, and thank you, Dr de Boer, for appearing before the committee today. I don't think you took any questions on notice, but if you did, the responses to those need to be provided by Monday, the 14th of October 2024. Thank you for appearing, and we'll now... I ask Dr de Boer that you disconnect from the video conference, but if you want to continue listening to the hearing, you can do so on the APH website.
Thank you.
And
Thank you, Chair, and everyone else.
Thank you very much. And we'll just, we might suspend briefly for a moment while we get our next witness on the line. Reconvene, and I welcome Ms Lamise Hamouda. Ms Hamouda, I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
My name is Lamise Hamouda and I am appearing in a personal capacity with my submission.
Thank you very much. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of that, committee members will ask you questions.
Okay, no worries. Thank you. Good afternoon. My submission addresses human rights. Oh, hang on. Sorry. Yes. Sorry.
All good.
Sorry. Good afternoon. My submission addresses human rights, DFAT's structure and approach to cases of wrongful imprisonment, and most importantly for me, embedding trauma-informed practices and policies and expanding support available for individuals and families subjected to the horrors of a wrongful arrest and imprisonment. Alongside being a writer, I've been a youth worker for over a decade. My training in trauma-informed practice and care underpins my submission and recommendations. One cannot discuss Australia's handling of cases of wrongful arrest and imprisonment without an understanding and discussion of trauma. The experience of sustained distress compromises so much, from language and memory centres in the brain to an ongoing struggle to emotionally regulate, process complex information, and engage in rational decision-making. As such, DFAT must be conscientious of enacting clear policy and communication. Staff must be trained in trauma-informed practices and communication strategies. The current level of opacity is damaging, as individuals are spoken to as if they know what's going on, as if they understand the jargon, such as making representations. And they are thrust documents with little explanation, documents that state that they do not have a legal right to consular assistance and should not assume assistance will be provided. That sentence is from a DFAT brochure, Arrested or Jailed Overseas, which provides more information about what cannot be done than what can be done. Definitions lack around what constitutes exceptional circumstance or when an arrest is considered wrongful or justified. I have a tertiary degree in international relations, and I was still lost in the opacity of DFAT terminology and processes when dealing with my father's wrongful arrest overseas. And so what of individuals with a second language or individuals without a tertiary education? The most important thing was receiving clear and direct communication on what DFAT could do, would do, and was doing. Furthermore, there must be an updated approach to dual citizenship, particularly in a globalised world and a country like Australia in which 30% of the population hold an additional citizenship. One cannot dismiss the pull of culture, family and language on the retention of citizenship and the choice to travel. DFAT must reconsider its approaches to arrests of dual citizens occurring in countries with documented histories of human rights violations, disappearances, torture and abuses of due process. Lastly, DFAT must consider the mental and material effects of injustice and work with social services to expand the current remit on mental and material support for families and individuals impacted by wrongful detention. Families and individuals cannot continue to be expected to navigate it all, from law to media, international relations to advocacy, policy, prison, and their own personal lives. An overhaul to DFAT's handling of wrongful arrest and imprisonment is long overdue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Hamouda. I'll start off with questions. I note in your submission that you're very critical of the lack of clear process or direction that the government has to deal with unlawful detention cases, and the fact that instead we treat them as consular cases. If you're happy to talk about the experience that you had with your father, how do you think having a clear process in place would have improved that, both the way that your father was dealt with, but also your experience as a family member?
Yeah, there's a few things in that. One is that the opacity is breeding ground for anxiety and paranoia and distrust, particularly in a situation where someone is in a situation of immense distress and paranoia. And so one of the things that's really valuable is just knowing a direct process, knowing what is expected of you as a citizen in that situation, and as the family supporting someone who is in that situation. What is a reasonable request? What is an unreasonable request? You know, that lack of clarity around what we could access and what we cannot access was really damaging to the sense of trust that felt like we needed with consular and with DFAT in the process of going through that and having our case managed. So that's one of the biggest ones, because it also prevents and helps manage miscommunication and misunderstanding. And there is a lot of misinformation in those situations, especially if you're working across language, you're working across, you know, multiple systems that you are not familiar with. And so as a family and as an individual, you're really looking towards government such as the consular and DFAT for support and understanding in what some of these things you're coming up against are.
Mm. Do you think that one of the reasons that the government is not as good at explaining to family members what the process will be or what experience you should prepare yourself for is because they themselves don't necessarily know how a case is going to play out, and they're trying to, I guess, almost the opposite of expectation manage, just try and not alarm you by providing information that might not end up being relevant. But I guess on the flip side of that, do you think that is outweighed by the fact that not having requisite information about a family member's case, like you say, is anxiety-inducing and traumatising?
Yeah, I do recognise that, you know, government is also in the process of gathering their own information and understanding. And in also reviewing the submission from AWADA, it was like, and this is in my submission too, is the importance of like definitions and, you know, with that understanding where you might fall into and what it means, and then being able to move forward with that. Like one of the big things early on was the barrier of the Privacy Act, you know, and so it was like I understood why I couldn't get information, or it was like because of the Privacy Act, but then at the same time the consular couldn't access Dad, and he had already been disappeared, and then he had already we found out he was in prison because he smuggled out a letter. And so then I was like, well, if I can't access him and you can't access him, how do I get past this Privacy Act for us to be able to more clearly communicate?
Sorry, can we just dive into that for a second? What was the issue with the Privacy Act?
They wouldn't share information with me because they required my father's signature.
But he was in jail.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly. So it's things like that. It's actually quite, it can also be really small, you know. It doesn't always have to be these big things. It can be as small as that, of just being like, oh, you understand this is, you know, there's a definition around what constitutes an exceptional circumstance, so that with that exceptional circumstance, we can find a way around the Privacy Act so we can work together. And it was this sense of like, I want to be a partner in this situation, not someone to be managed, because I'm very invested in resolving this situation, you know. So
I think that is such an important point of wanting of the role of family members as a partner with government to give effect to the outcome, which is obviously having your loved ones returned from overseas, as opposed to just being managed. Having read a few other submissions from individuals who have been wrongfully detained who can talk about what happened to their family members as well as family members. That does seem to be a bit of a recurring theme, that regardless of the government's intentions in in limiting the amount of information that they provide to family members, which we know happens, or instructing family members not to talk publicly about these issues, which again we know happens, that family members feel like they're being managed into, silence, for want of a better expression.
Yeah, it's also challenging because in the case of a wrongful imprisonment, one, you don't know yourself why things are happening, right? Yeah. And so you're
as a family member.
As a family member, right? And at the same time, like, as the family member, you are, like, so in the case of Dad's imprisonment, I was privy to information that I could then share with the consular, because of my connections, because of the Egyptian lawyer I worked with, because of being able to eventually visit Dad in the prison every week, And so I felt like I was in a position where I was like, we need to share information, and I want to know that information is also being shared with me so that I can make informed decisions about how to manage my father's case that don't accidentally alienate the consular or DFAT, because I'm running on information that I think is correct, but actually maybe there's input that could shape a decision I make around the case, So it felt really high stakes in a way that on the importance of information sharing and clear communication.
Let's talk about some of the improvements that you identify in your submission. First of all, better mental health and trauma support for family members, both during and after their loved one has been released from detention, and I suspect as well robust mental health and trauma support for people once they have been returned to this country would be a pretty good idea as well. Could you provide any context or elaborate on what exactly that support should look like?
Well, one of the biggest challenges was the financial impact of, a wrongful imprisonment. It's an undetermined amount of time. There's a lot of expenses involved, and also life while someone's in prison has to continue too. There's still bills to be paid, there's still rent, there's still all of that. So when it came to Dad being returned, we were in debt. So being able to then allocate resources was primarily based on how do we just continue to secure our material survival, and mental health will have to come later. So one of it was a couple of the things was an expansion of the subsidy available, so that it's not just being able to access mainstream support services, but specific services. And the one that was identified in my submission and also in Awada's submission was the torture and trauma informed NGOs that are in different states, because they also have that intersection of understanding, the impacts of torture. And not all psychologists are able to handle some of to understand actually the intricacies of such an experience. And so it was about because that is specifically only able to be accessed by people who are seeking refuge and asylum, it was you can't access that, right?
Yeah.
So it's can that remit be expanded to, when we talk about torture, we're not just talking about refugees and asylum seekers who've experienced torture in their home countries and now require support upon arrival, but can that also be expanded to people who've experienced torture by being wrongfully imprisoned in countries that have histories of human rights violations, so that those people can access those kind of specialist carers who understand those experiences. So it was that was a big... that was a significant one.
And I assume also you would need to have some method of government, whether it's DFAT or some other agency, making the assessment of what a person needs when they get back to Australia, and that doesn't just go to mental health support, but I mean broader medical support. I know from other cases that, you know, people come back to this country and have no idea if they've picked up, you know, serious diseases while they've been in prison, because obviously they haven't been subjected to the health checks that they otherwise would have if they were in Australia, you know, get vaccinated. I reckon they've missed a few flu shots while they've been locked up. There's that sort of assessment and triage point as well of somebody coming back, being returned to Australia and just having that contact within government to be able, and I'm sure it happens to an extent, but not just be able to refer them on to whatever service they want to require, but actually support them to access that service.
Exactly. And also to support them to access, like, financial support. So, you know, when Dad came back, he went straight onto job seeker, you know, after having been obviously unemployed for 13 months while he's in prison, right? So he came back to Australia, he went on to job seeker, but then there's all the, you know, requirements that payment needs, and then the pressure of needing to return back to work. And he returned back to work too soon and experienced like PTSD flashbacks and triggers while at work, which put his colleagues in danger, which puts him in danger. And there also needs to be that assessment. Are they able to return to work? We know, do they need more, like, some time to recover from such a traumatizing experience and slowly reintegrate back into, you know, mainstream Australian everyday life.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Ms. Hamuda, just to go back a bit, I sort of wanted to ask a few questions about the solutions, but I also want to provide you the opportunity to sort of share with the committee the story of your father and how he came to be unlawfully detained and what your experience was in advocating for his release.
Oh, yeah, sure. So I was living in Cairo as an international student in 2018, and my father came to visit as two of my siblings were with me on a family holiday. When my father arrived at the Egyptian airport, at Cairo airport, he was taken by security and disappeared. And we were not given any information as to why he was taken, or that he was taken. And then after 8 days of him being disappeared, he managed to smuggle out a letter through the brother of one of his cellmates, which was then texted to my mum in Australia, stating that he was being held in Tora prison and he didn't know why he was there. As we went through the case, Dad was being held on remand detention, which is when they hold someone on suspicion. The suspicion was that he had been supporting terrorism, spreading false information online, and the basis of that accusation was Facebook posts such as him sharing an article from Al Jazeera and him making comments about the decisions of the current Egyptian government. So then because I was in Egypt, I then worked on Dad's case on the ground in Cairo. I visited him every week in Egypt. I brought him food. I bought him his medications because Egyptian prisons are very substandard. They do not provide adequate conditions to sustain life. And then I worked with the consular and DFAT and an Egyptian lawyer on the ground, and later Australian human rights lawyer Jennifer Robinson on Dad's case. And we then also made the decision to launch a public advocacy campaign through the media, where I then was interviewed on the project and ABC and that kind of thing, and publicly advocated for Dad's return. And after 14 months behind bars, Dad was released with no charge and returned to Australia. So, yeah. I hope that's enough of a summary.
I guess that was indeed a great summary. Thank you, and I'm sure it doesn't do justice to all of the torment and the feelings that you must have been experiencing during that time. At what point did the Australian government get involved in your father's case?
Actually, like immediately. So as soon as I realised that Dad was gone, I contacted the emergency line, the 24-hour one, from Egypt, and shared that my dad had not come out of the airport, and it had been about, at that point, 12 hours. And the person I spoke to said that legally I have to wait 48 hours. And if I still don't hear from Dad after 48 hours, then I need to raise an alarm. During that 48 hours, Dad was tortured. And so that felt like a massive piece of missed opportunity to take an immediate action to investigate where Dad is and make it known that he's been taken. Mm-hmm. So after those 48 hours, I then contacted the consular in Cairo. They then arranged for me to come in for a meeting. And then alongside that, I started working with an Egyptian lawyer to find out where Dad had been taken. So that was, so they got involved pretty quickly, but the initial piece of advice was not ideal.
Absolutely. And I'm sure we'll explore with DFAT the rationale behind that 48-hour window. If you hadn't have been there, if your father hadn't have had family members on the ground in Cairo when he was taken, how long do you think it would have been before anyone in Australia knew what was going on?
That is a really scary thought. We still had extended family. We still have extended family in Egypt. So I would have certainly hoped that maybe after a few days they would have raised an alarm. But knowing my experience in searching for Dad in Egypt involved deliberate obstruction from Egyptian authorities. And so I also feel really insecure about there being communication around a dual citizen being arrested. And that's also mentioned in like the Awada submission as well, around like authorities sometimes refusing to comply or to recognise a dual citizen's Australian citizenship too. So I worry that that could have been gone for a long time before we knew what had happened to him.
You mentioned in response to, I think, a question before last that you mounted a strong media campaign and it was very public-facing, and you engaged with lawyers who are specialists in this area, and that helped bring your dad home. At any point were you told not to talk about these, to keep this as quiet as possible, to let the government do their diplomatic thing?
Oh, yeah. The initial advice I received was to just like keep my head down and follow the law in Egypt and see that through. And that felt like really odd advice, considering Egypt's history of abuse of due process and the law and its human rights violations. But at the same time, I was like, okay, well, I will follow this advice and respect the law of the country in which the arrest has been made. So after about 6 months of doing that, I made a step towards speaking to the media, and I did an interview on the project. That interview led to backlash inside Egypt, so I took the campaign off and I stopped it. Then another 6 months passed. There was still no resolve on Dad's case, and the advice I got from other people who had been through this situation in other country contexts was that I should go back to the media and kick up a stink because, and I quote, that will light a fire up the government's arse. And, and so I was like, okay, I'm really scared of going to the media because of the initial backlash I experienced. And I also didn't want to tread on any toes. But at the same time, at that point, I felt so desperate that I was like, well, this is the only thing I haven't done. I'm not fully convinced that going to the media was the turning point for Dad's release, because the truth is I don't know all the details about what might have happened behind the scenes. But as an individual in that situation, going to the media at that point of helplessness gave me a sense of agency. Like I could still do something to change the outcome.
Yeah.
But that's also something one of the reasons that I feel really strongly about this inquiry and around shifting some of the ways in which wrongful detention is managed is so that families aren't cornered and put into a position where they have to expose themselves to the media.
Yeah. I think that's a really good point. And I think goes to what you were saying about the need for mental health support and trauma counselling for families that are going through this, because if you are able to, and absolutely government should be working as closely with families as possible to ensure that that they're kept in the loop with developments on their loved ones' cases. But if you have that support, then maybe that avoids you being in a situation where you feel helpless to the point that going to the media is the only option.
Yeah, or feels like the only option.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, sure. Feels like the only option.
As just like putting on my youth worker hat, also when I think about my own work with young people experiencing trauma, also for DFAT staff to have the training to deal with really traumatised individuals and families, because there's some of the ways in which we were communicated to that were just damaging. It's insensitive. And I understood at the time that person is doing the best they can, but there are tools and trainings available to improve that in staff who are tasked with managing these cases.
Yeah. And it's unfortunate that, obviously our DFAT staff do an amazing job, but they're not... I'm guessing most of them haven't gone to work for the Department of Foreign Affairs because they want to be counselling the families of Australians wrongfully detained overseas. So
they're not workers.
So you probably do need to make sure that, sadly, through this inquiry, we'll talk as much as we can about disincentivising the practice of wrongful detention and hostage diplomacy. But in the few cases that it does happen, you need to have appropriately qualified people there to support the families. And so I take your point that it's not something that DFAT staff would have to do every day.
Yeah, and I did understand that.
But at the same time, that doesn't make it any easier for you when you're the one living it.
Yeah, that's that tension there.
Deputy Chair, any questions from you?
Well, just a couple of follow-up. And
Thank you.
Thank you again for making time to appear before the committee. I know it'd be a pretty difficult process to try and, publicly talk to us about, what happened to your dad. I just wanted to pick up on something you said earlier, and just for some clarity. So you spoke to the consulate. Did you speak to any other levels of government, whether it be the Foreign Affairs Minister or higher levels of the executive? Or was it just with the consulate or DFAT officials?
It was just the consulate and DFAT officials.
Okay.
And I did not get... sorry.
That's all right.
I did not have any direct contact with the Foreign Minister.
Or their office?
Or that, no.
Had you tried to make attempts to?
I had tried to make attempts, and I got the standard email from the secretary.
All right.
Being
So you emailed...
all that documentation, so I can share it. But yes, I emailed, and I would just get they're like, we know, and we're doing what we can, and hope that you'll be okay.
And look, if you do want to share with the committee, please, up to you, but happy to look at any of the correspondence. But I guess what I'm intrigued to know is the processes here. You obviously made contact with the consulate and DFAT, but what level of engagement with the Minister's office seemed like pretty limited?
Yeah,
Right.
extremely, almost non-existent.
All right. Well, whatever you're able to share with the committee, that would be great. I know earlier today we did speak about public versus doing things on a more not discreet but more diplomatic manner. Sometimes that might achieve better results. I noticed that you also mentioned about the campaign that you were running through the media. How long did that go for before you decided then to take that offline?
We took it offline when Dad was released.
Okay.
Well, that went for 3 months.
Okay. And up until that stage before you did the public campaign, what was your level of engagement with DFAT? Were you receiving sort of semi-regular updates or not many updates from the department?
So, the consular would visit Dad in prison once a month.
Okay.
And then send me an email update. Those visits mostly focused on his general health and well-being. So I would get an update about that. That was nice, but I was visiting Dad every week. So I was able to, I already knew most of what they were telling me.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and then I had 2 face-to-face meetings with the ambassador. And then my mum took all the phone calls from the DFAT staff who were calling from Canberra. So they would get updates, then they would call Mum and they would update Mum. And then I would do everything on the ground in Egypt where I would speak to the consular, had the meeting with the ambassador and get those monthly updates.
Okay. And the updates, were they, like, in terms of the content, just about your dad's well-being? Or
mostly
progress between governments around the release of your father? Was there any discussions around how negotiations were travelling?
Not really, no.
Okay.
No, I wasn't really often privy to that.
Was your mum?
Not particularly, no. When DFAT would call her, they would often reiterate the information that was in the monthly report around Dad's well-being and just confirming that they'd visited and that they're still monitoring the situation. Does Mum know anything? Has she heard anything? That kind of thing.
Okay. All right. It sounded like fairly routine information then that you already knew about. And then at what point did you decide to do a public campaign? Like, what was the trigger point for you?
12 months.
Yeah.
Plus 1 year. It was just hitting the 1 year mark and then knowing in the context of Egypt that a remand detention, even though it has a legal limit of 2 years, is often extended up to 5. And I just looked down that barrel and I was like, there is no way I'm losing another year of my life to this. And at that time, I had come back to Australia and I was experiencing my own breakdown from the situation. And I knew at that point I couldn't return to Egypt. And so my younger sister, who was only 22 at the time, went to Egypt to do the on-the-ground work there for Dad, and I stayed in Australia and took on the advocacy work because it just meant I didn't have to deal with the Egyptian government anymore and Egyptian systems.
Fair enough.
So that was that decision. Yeah.
Were there any representations made to the Egyptian ambassador here in Australia or their consulates?
Yes. I believe there was 2, and there was a statement. It was either I'd have to go back to my emails and double check. It was either a statement or an email stating that the consular in Egypt supported the decisions of the Egyptian government and would not provide any support. So that if Dad had been arrested, then he must have been arrested for a reason, and there's no. I mean, the official government line in Egypt is that there's no political prisoners. Like, that's actually the public, that's actually what's delivered as government line. So to even just discuss political prisoners is a challenge, let alone cases of wrongful arrest.
Yeah. Also in your submission, I think if I'm reading it right, you said that DFAT provided advice on engaging with the media. Was that the case with you or not?
No, the advice they provided was that they don't really provide advice and that they would just advise us not to go to the media.
So the advice was not to engage with the media. Okay. All right. Because I think in DFAT's submission to the committee's inquiry, I think they talk about providing advice or advising people. And I was just interested to see what level, if there was any engagement. No?
The advice is we would recommend you don't go to the media, but if you choose to go to the media, that's your choice.
Okay.
That was the advice.
Earlier today, we discussed with a chap from the United States around how they handle these situations, and they've got a dedicated special envoy that deals with, these situations. Not to say that their system or their model is perfect, but is that something that you sort of have in mind? Like, someone who's dedicated to dealing with these situations that maybe, obviously, people who are held in wrongfully detained situations, or family members can liaise with someone as a point of contact. Is that something that you think going forward the government should consider? Yeah,
definitely. Yeah. I think some of the unique pressures and challenges around like wrongful arrest and hostage taking require its own department and its own, I don't know what the word is, appointee.
Yep.
To oversee those cases and for there to be continuity and also so that people don't get lost in, like, fall between the cracks, like that there's a definition and that once you fall into that definition, your case is handed over to this department where they are specialised in dealing with that and doing those kind of negotiations and supporting you through the process of arrest to release.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I'll just check, Chair, and just make anything else that I've got from my end. I think in your submission, I think you also spoke about a need for a more dedicated effort for governments to deal with in these instances. But I just wanted to ask, are you familiar at all with the government's complex case committee? It's something that the current government established to coordinate these wrongful detentions. Are you aware of that committee?
Like vaguely.
Okay.
Like I know there's a complex cases, but I don't know details about the committee and how it functions.
That's all right. It's just a whole of government coordination unit of senior officials that oversee the wrongful detention matters that was established back in 2023. And I just wanted to see if you had any thoughts on that, for instance. But if I'm not sure how familiar you are with it, but if you're not, that's okay. It's all good.
Yeah, sorry.
Chair, I think I'll leave it there. But can I just say thank you for making time today to speak to us, and if there was anything else, we'll no doubt be in contact.
Yep, fantastic. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much, Ms Hamuda. I don't think you took any questions on notice, but if committee members do require more information from you, then the responses to that need to be provided back to the committee by Monday the 14th of October. Thank you very much. Sorry?
Thank you.
Yeah. And we'll now go to our next witness, Mr Humphrey. She's...
Yes?
Sorry, Ms Hamuda. You'll have to jump off the teleconference now, but you can obviously listen along to the rest of the hearing online.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Thank you. Cheers. I now welcome Mr Peter Humphrey. Mr Humphrey, I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Yeah, my name, excuse me, my name is Peter William Humphrey. I'm British and I am speaking today as a victim of wrongful detainment in China and as a specialist on the Chinese imprisonment and justice system.
Thank you, Mr Humphrey. And I know it's very early your time, so thank you very much for getting up early to speak to us.
Got a strong cup of coffee there, mate.
Absolutely, this morning your time. I'll now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of that, committee members will ask you questions.
Well, good morning to you and everyone else who's in the room this morning. I've submitted detailed written testimony and will keep my oral remarks brief. Last week, I testified in writing and orally to the United States Congressional Executive Commission on China on the subject of wrongfully imprisoned Americans. So it seems quite fitting that today I'm testifying to the Australian Senate on Australians wrongfully detained abroad. There are not many countries that wrongfully detain and imprison Australians. I think we all know the worst offenders, but my focus today is based on my China experience and expertise. I've spent almost 50 years involved with China in various roles, and 2 of those years were in Xi Jinping's prisons. Also, my American wife, both of us falsely accused of illegal information gathering for my due diligence company. I've described this ordeal in great detail in the FT magazine. I'll just show you that, and in my written testimony submitted to your hearing. After my release, in between battles with cancer, PTSD, and a former client who got me and my wife into this trouble, I began to work to help other families suffering from similar ordeals. I have about 25 cases around the world, in America, Europe, Asia, and Africa, mentoring and supporting families with a loved one in jail in China. I've accumulated many case studies and carried out a great amount of related research. The most important lesson from all this is that not a single foreign prisoner held in China has had a fair and transparent trial and a proper defence. At this hearing, please always keep this in your minds. China's judicial system is a political system of oppression, not a system of justice. All of its organs, the police, the prosecution, the judiciary, the prisons, and Chinese lawyers, form a single organic whole, all controlled by the Communist Party. No judge is independent or impartial. He is just a messenger of the party. The system is exploited by connected individuals to harm people they have a grudge against. Cases are built upon forced confessions, often televised, and upon forced witness statements. Inside China's prisons, the prisoners, including Australians, are subjected to horrendous daily living conditions. In addition, there is forced labour for the prison's commercial profit. There is the withholding of proper medical treatment, even for cancer. And there is the writing of mandatory thought reports, in other words, brainwashing, to mention just a few things. Your very own Stern Hu endured these conditions stoically in a cell next to mine. Speaking of labour, these are Christmas cards that were packaged for the Western supermarket chain Tesco by foreign prisoners in Shanghai's Qingpu prison. I commend the fact that Australia is one of only a handful of countries that have released the number of Australians held in Mr. Xi's jails. The most recent figure I have seen is 55. I'm not sure if it's totally up to date. Canada has admitted to 92 Canadian prisoners in China. Japan has admitted to 17 Japanese. America and my own country, the UK, have withheld their numbers from the public using the excuse of privacy, which is nonsense. My own research suggests that there are 300 Americans, approximately, incarcerated in China or under exit bans. From this, we can see the scale of the problem of China perpetrating wrongful arrest of foreign citizens. Just remember, not a single prisoner, not a single Australian prisoner, has had a fair and transparent trial. Some are in dire health, some are over 50, ageing rapidly. Some foreign prisoners have been in seized jails for 10 years or more. I don't think any of them deserve to be there. It doesn't matter what they're accused of. It doesn't even matter whether they're guilty or not when they have never had a fair and transparent trial in an independent court with an impartial judge. And in dictator Xi's China, they never will. America has set up an institutional framework for handling wrongfully detained Americans abroad, but has not used it enough when confronting China. They have the Levinson Act, which sets out criteria to define arbitrarily detained Americans, and they have the Office of the Special Envoy for Hostage Affairs, which is supposed to list and resolve all such cases, but it doesn't seem to have achieved very much with China. Only 3 of the approximate 300 Americans held in China have ever been on that list. Now, what I suggest is that Australia should consider its own institutional and legislative framework for this purpose and actually make it work, make it achieve something, perhaps even lead the way. None of China's 55 Australian prisoners has ever had a fair and transparent trial in front of an independent judge, not a single one. We can rejoice about Cheng Lei's return to Australia after the lobbying efforts of your government, but what about the other 50 or so? What about Yang Hengjun, the China-born Australian writer and businessman who is imprisoned by Xi Jinping and falsely charged with spying? The reality is that he offended Xi Jinping personally. You need to bring home all of your citizens with the same energy that Cheng Lei was brought home. So legislation to strengthen these efforts must be one of the ways forward. It should be legislation that will put a greater onus on your government to act, and legislation that will punish China for its acts of arbitrarily and unjustly detaining your citizens. You need to send out the message that if you touch an Australian, we're going to make you and your friends' life hell. Western democracies should link hands in this approach and put on a united front. Just imagine a new kind of Magnitsky Act to target this problem head on. Australians are suffering in Mr. Xi's dungeons, and Australia must hold China to account. And that concludes my oral remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Humphrey. And I have some questions that go to your specific experience having been arbitrarily detained in China. But I did want to just touch on one thing that you said that I found very interesting in that opening statement. You referenced the Levinson Act in the United States and the fact that the US has a special envoy, or special presidential envoy for hostage affairs. But you said in your opening remarks that that didn't seem to have really moved the dial much in relation to China, and you said that of the list of cases that the US government maintains under the framework it has in place, only 3 of the 300-odd Americans held in China have ever been on that list. Why is that the case? Why is that framework specifically not working in relation to China?
What I see is that the American institutions we've just mentioned are failing to follow their own criteria set out in the Levinson Act. And in specific, one of the key criteria, if not the key criteria, is that there should be an independent judicial system with fair and transparent trials. And this is blatantly not the case in China, in any case of any detainee, any prisoner. And for some reason, the American institutions have failed to follow the criteria set out in their own act. And I think this is largely connected with wanting to try and keep commercial relations alive with China. And I see this mindset in Australia, in the UK, and in a whole bunch of other countries where the mindset of protecting commercial relations above the interests of individual citizens who have been wrongfully detained is very, very present. And this is something that really needs to change if it can. But obviously, elected representatives often have their own vested interests in keeping those commercial relations protected, even when you have a very, very blatant and serious case of mistreatment of an Australian citizen in a Chinese jail.
So one of the arguments around having a clearly open and transparent framework to deal with wrongful detention, whether it's legislated or otherwise, is that if you clearly state your intentions in relation to how you as a country will protect your citizens overseas if they're arbitrarily detained, then that kind of lifts that process above the usual cut and thrust of diplomatic relations with any one country, right? It elevates it to a point that it says it doesn't matter whether they are our very good friend or our very worst enemy. These are the rules that we will use to defend, return our citizens when they're wrongfully detained overseas. So how is it that the United States, in your view, how is it that the United States have managed to articulate those rules on the one hand, but not stick to them in relation to one specific country where, as you say, there seem to be other diplomatic considerations at play here, like the trade relationship?
How is it? I'm not sure whether I'm the right person to ask. Maybe the American government and the American Congress are the right place to ask that question. But I really think that there's a degree of secrecy in which what I call the SPIHA, the Special Envoy's Office, decide to list this person and not the other 293. And that is I think, a weakness. We should see a transparent process in the selection of people who go on that list. In my personal view, everybody who is detained in China should be on that list because they've not had the benefit of a fair and transparent trial with an independent judiciary, and therefore they qualify under the first key criteria of the Leveson Act. And that there's too much secrecy surrounding the process by which people are put on the list. Yes,
which seems sort of counterintuitive when the whole idea of having a publicly available framework to list individuals is that the process to list individuals is public. That's a tautology, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. So that means that there's some kind of contradiction in the system.
Indeed, and I think we heard from some experts in the US, or an expert in the US this morning about the process that they have in place in the US, and obviously that is far more extensive than what we have here in Australia. But I think for the committee's purposes, it's useful to know how that framework is working well and where it could be improved if we were to look at doing anything similar here in Australia. Mr. Humphrey, just briefly for the benefit of the committee, I was hoping you might be able to share your experience of how you came to be arbitrarily detained in China and what sort of conditions you were subject to while you were detained.
Sure. I mean, this came as an abrupt end to my time living in China. I spent, as I mentioned to you earlier, I've spent almost 50 years involved with China in various roles. But at that time, in 2013, I had just been successfully running a due diligence company of my own for about 10 years. And one day the door was kicked down and my wife and I were arrested. The office was turned over and our company was forcibly shut down without any legal grounds to do so. There was no legal procedure to shut my company down. And so all my staff became unemployed in the flash of a pan. And my wife and I were carted off to detention centres, actually the same detention centre in Shanghai. And she was put in the women's detainee floor, which was on the 4th floor, and I was put on the 2nd floor with male detainees. And the conditions were horrendous, as I've described in that article. And I do recommend that people read that article on your committee. We were in that detention centre for 13 months, let's just say roughly a year. And later we were in a prison for a year. And during this period of detention, we endured really horrendous conditions of detention. We had to sleep on bare wooden floorboards with a very thin, shabby quilt on top of us, and there was no furniture. So life was on the floor, sitting, sleeping, squatting, reading. It was all on the floor. And we shared a space of about 15 square meters with 12 prisoners. Food was served up in doggy bowls, which were pushed through the bars of the door 3 times a day. That food was absolutely appalling. It was filthy, it was cold, it was lacking in nutrition, and most prisoners in that detention centre developed diarrhoea. So we lived through those conditions and were interrogated day by day. Interrogations took place inside a cage in another cell, an interrogation cell. And inside that cage, we were locked into a metal chair with a locking bar over your lap, and we were in handcuffs and inside this cage, and there was no lawyer present at any of these interrogations. So, you know, all of these conditions are basically designed to crush the human spirit and to force out false confessions to crimes that somebody didn't commit. And then we had a sham trial which lasted one day in August 2014, and things haven't changed much. If anything, they've got worse. And of course, we were convicted of something. We were convicted of illegally gathering private information for our due diligence company, which was totally untrue. We had never used any illegal means. And we were given sentences of 2 years for my wife and 2.5 years for me. And I went to Chingpu prison and my wife went to Shanghai Women's Prison. And we were released eventually in June 2015. And this whole thing, you know, wrecked our lives. It just shattered our lives. We had an 18-year-old son who had just finished high school when this happened to us. His parents disappeared, both of them. And he was kind of left adrift and in a great state of trauma. So there were many shards scattered on the ground to try and find and pick up after our release. And even now, 9 years after our release, we're still picking up those pieces. In the interim, I became an advocate and mentor to people in similar situations. It's getting a bit too much for me at the moment, but that's what I do. And during this experience, I'm sure you would like to know what sort of role our government's played. I answer that question usually, and it's a common question that I get, by saying that there's two tiers to government response to this situation. One is what I call the nanny and messenger service, and it's the same with your government. The nanny and messenger service means you get intermittent consular visits, and they can bring letters, messages from home, maybe reading material and so forth, which is all great. And I rate the nanny and messenger service, which I received from the British consulate, highly. Same with my wife, with the American consulate. But the other tier of response, which should be there and mostly isn't, is higher level interest and intervention in your case. What we hear all the time from Western consular representatives when they visit a detainee or a prisoner is, sorry, we can't intervene in your case. Whenever you ask them to do something which, in their view, amounts to intervening in the process, they refuse to do so. And I believe, as per what I was saying about the Levinson Act and so forth, I believe that because there is no real rule of law, no fair and transparent trial system, no independent judiciary, I believe that Western governments should actually intervene on behalf of their citizens in the process and challenge the process very openly. I believe that they should do that. So on that tier of government service and response, I think they greatly failed. And I can imagine that in most Australian cases, there is a similar failure. There have been 1 or 2 exceptions. I know that your government was very active on Chung Lei's case, and that thankfully she got out. and I know that your government has tried to be active on the Yang Hengjun case, for example. That's a very personal case between him and Xi Jinping, and it's not likely Australia will succeed. But in general, I am saying that these were the services we got from our governments, respectively, and these services are totally inadequate.
Does the UK government have like a Levinson Act style framework in place to assess whether somebody has been wrongfully detained and then trigger a certain kind of action as a result of that? And if they do, how did that interact with your case?
They don't have an equivalent process. I'm sure that in some of our legislation, such as human rights legislation, for example, there are provisions that touch on this area, but we don't have that institutional framework that the Americans have created, and in brackets, not used enough. Yeah.
Mm. So I'm guessing as well then the United Kingdom doesn't have a specialised unit or an envoy similar to what the US has either?
No, not to my knowledge.
So in terms of your interaction with the British government when you were wrongfully detained, at what point did they involve themselves, and what did that involvement look like to resolve your case?
They didn't really involve themselves to resolve my case. I think most of that was achieved separately by me and my wife. They only involved themselves to the extent of providing consular nanny and messenger services.
Right. So a few lessons to be learned there. There was another reference in your submission around the number of foreign nationals in Chinese prisons. Could you talk me through that?
You're referring to my written
yes, your written submission. My apologies.
Written testimony, sorry. Well, I've been following and researching this subject through the cases that I have assisted with over the last 8 years or so, and also through the intelligence gathering that I've been doing, because by intelligence gathering, I mean I interview people after their release from prisons in China and their families, and I pick up anecdotal information during these conversations about other prisoners who they've left behind. I also have done a fair bit of research on the available piecemeal statistics out there, and spoken to other people involved in NGOs and human rights and so forth. And that's my conclusion, that based on a combination of available Chinese statistics and my own investigations, I think that there are about 10,000 foreign prisoners in China.
That's a lot. Why do you think there are that many there?
There are some very large segments. The African segment is very, very big. So there's a distortion there, if you like. That grand total is not so much a reflection of how many Westerners there are in Chinese jails. There are many, many Africans in prisons all over China. We're talking about thousands. And I think they're performing prison labour, and China doesn't have much interest in shortening their sentences.
That is absolute madness. Senator Ciccone, any questions from you?
Can I just pick up on one point you raised with Peter, and thanks again for appearing today.
That's it. My pleasure.
And I hope you got a strong cup of coffee there with you too.
Well, I'm running.
You're running low. That's dangerous. Okay. Look, in terms of the support and advocacy that you received from the British government, can you detail a little bit for us what you thought or have received? We discussed other areas, but in terms of support and advocacy, particularly even after you've been released, has there been any support from the British government or from the organisations that made sure that you and your wife and your family have been looked after?
Before and after. Before, very briefly. I mean, in terms of advocacy, yes, you heard me complain just now that there was no real intervention.
Yeah, okay.
I think advocacy was limited to advocating for my welfare and my health, because I had very serious health situations developed while I was in captivity, including prostate cancer. And this was all ignored by the Chinese because they actually, every time I asked for medical attention to prostate especially, they would say, "You have not signed a confession." So the British consular representatives did advocate for me on that matter of health and on other aspects of welfare. After we were released, we moved to the UK. For my wife, this was an exile because we had never lived there since we married until this point in time, and now we were forced to. I think the only real follow-up I got from my government was one meeting with somebody from the Foreign Office. The meeting was held inside the American embassy because it was combined with a senior American consular official, given that my wife was American. And, you know, on my side, this British official said, "Okay, if you need anything or whatever, you can contact this person," one of her subordinates. And actually, then, like 7 or 8 months later, my wife went to America for the first time since our ordeal to see her sister-in-law and obtain some of the belongings of her brother, who died while we were in prison. And on her way home, she was...
Are you there, Mr. Humphrey?
The connection's gone.
Again. Mr. Humphrey, can you hear me?
Oh, it's a shame.
Our governments... Is everyone hearing me still?
Yes, sorry, Mr. Humphrey, we lost you for about 10 seconds there. So if you can perhaps wind the clock back.
Yeah, no,
right. Yeah. So that was a gross failure in my government moving to help someone who was in our situation, even though, you know, they had followed the case and even while I was on the plane flying to England, they then dropped the ball. So I think there's a real failure there on that side of things, and I believe that other Brits who came out of Chinese jails in subsequent years didn't really get any support of any sort. They had to go to NGOs for support.
Yeah.
So I think there's a great failing there. I was listening to the previous witness, and I heard, you know, some of her,
frustrations, I guess. And I guess one of the questions that we ask too is, I guess, is there anything we could do better, whether there's any other evidence to suggest that questioning Chinese legal system has led to better outcomes or not, you know, whether it be public or through diplomatic channels.
I think, Raf, that it's not been substantially put to the test, except in some very highly politicized cases where we did actually see prisoners released, and I would include in that the two Michaels from Canada. If a lot of noise hadn't been made and a lot of criticism hadn't occurred, I think it could have rolled on for much longer. And the same would be true of Chung Lei's case. And there's a British case involving a man called Ian Stones, whose case has not been widely discussed, but he was taken the same time as the two Michaels. And his case was never made public until March this year. And he was held for 5.5 years. And I think that case is a good example of where noise is not made and where criticism is not publicly made loudly. Someone is just left there to rot in jail. And he only got out in the end because of behind-the-scenes interventions by me.
And you mentioned earlier about your wife and the US connection. Just interested that, I guess, in this sort of scenario where you've got dual citizens or maybe 3 citizenships, like in your case with the British, you might have someone who might be an Australian or their partner might also be from another country like the United States. Did you find, for your wife, was there any better access or better advocacy by the US government as opposed by the British government? Or were they working together? Were they not working together?
The simple answer is generally no, although at the nanny and messenger level, there was a degree of confiding between the two consulates in Shanghai, but overall, no. And she certainly didn't get better access to anything than me, but I was skillful at getting information out. You know, I'm an ex-journalist as well, and I managed to dribble and smuggle information out from very early on, which gradually accumulated in the hands of my son and enabled him to pull the levers on extensive press coverage 11 months after we were detained. But there wasn't much difference between the way me and my wife were handled. Maybe I was a bit more prominent in the business community, so I got a lot more attention in the media.
Yeah.
And by the way, it was two citizenships involved in our case, just British and American. It might be tempting to think that my wife might have been a dual citizen of China, but she renounced her Chinese citizenship 30 years ago.
Yeah, and as we heard from earlier today, I mean, some countries still may not even recognise that. You know, they might still insist that you are a national and hide behind that fact that and deny individuals access to the second citizenship. They have done that. Yes, they have done, and sometimes they have even stripped the foreign citizenship from somebody. Yeah. Look, can I also say thanks for you and your time today, and your wife and your son. I mean, it's an ordeal, but it's great that you've been able to share that with us today because it helps us put our report together. Thank you. Would you allow me just a minute or two to spotlight one other issue, which I think is very important?
Thank you, Mr. Humphrey.
So there is a law promulgated by the People's Republic of China in 2018, roughly called the Law on International Cooperation on Criminal Matters, that's roughly. And Chapter 8 of that law sets out a mechanism for case-by-case negotiated transfer of a foreign prisoner to his home country, to a facility in his home country. And this mechanism is very important, but has been seriously overlooked by Western governments. It is completely separate and different from a bilateral prisoner transfer agreement, a PTA. Some countries have signed PTAs with China. That is a sort of treaty on prisoner transfer between two countries. But this legal mechanism, a Chinese legal mechanism, opens the door to case-by-case transfers without a treaty. And there are certain criteria that must be met. So, for example, they must be serving a fixed term. Somebody who's on a life sentence, unlimited life sentence, is not eligible. And there's a bunch of other criteria. And I know of many cases of foreign prisoners who satisfy the criteria for this process, but their governments don't have a PTA. The Americans are the worst offenders here. They don't have a bilateral PTA, and they say, "Oh, well, we can't use this Chinese law. We can't do anything without a treaty between us," and that is completely wrong. And if you have not looked at that, I would recommend that you look at that. I can help you find a copy if you can't find a copy of that law. So I really would recommend that you take a hard look at that mechanism.
Thank you very much, Mr. Humphrey. I appreciate that. Mr. Humphrey, the committee would appreciate that any responses to questions that you might have taken on notice are provided to us by Monday, the 14th of October, 2024. And thank you very much for appearing for us today, and once again for getting up so early UK time to call into our committee. We really appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Thank you.
Look after yourself, Peter.
Thank you.
That concludes today's hearing. Thank you again to all of the witnesses who appeared, and to Hansard and Broadcasting for their assistance, and to the Committee Secretariat for all of their wonderful work supporting us as always. The committee stands adjourned.